Barry Morphew had it all, a millionaire's golden crown, big house in the Rockies, king of a small town. But darkness brewed in his heart, a secret cold as stone. Suzanne went missing, her fate he would never own. In a shallow grave marked by one lone tree, under Colorado stars where no one would see. With a shovel and lies he buried his sin, but the truth has a way of creeping back in. Oh, Barry, you ran to Cave Creek, Arizona, hiding in a biker bar, waiting for your secret bust. From riches to ruins, a trailer park throne. Now you're locked in a cage, forever alone. He fled to Arizona to outrun the law. Or was it his own guilt, a secret wish to be caught? With villains before him, real desert outlaws hide. The ghost of Susan whispers to him all through the night. Suzanne would get her justice, things would be made right. For King Barry in his camper cage, no escape from justice light. From a mansion to an airstream, his empire now shattered dreams. Barry now alone with no home, no friends, a man who's lost everything. Suzanne took her time, the chess pieces in place. As Barry hid in fear, Suzanne prepared her case. They would find her body abandoned in a shallow grave, and Barry's murderous acts revealed by an insane path. Oh, Barry, you ran to Cave Creek, Arizona, hiding in a biker bar, a place that made him feel ever lonelier. From riches to ruins, a trailer park throne. Now you're locked in a cage, forever alone. In a cell with killers, thieves by your side. No more mountain sunsets, no place to hide. The elks still wonder where Suzanne was laid. Her light shines bright, it will never fade.
Barry Morphew, 10/17/67.
Thank you, sir. And it does look like you are here today on a warrant from the state of Colorado, and they have indicated that they want to extradite you back to the state of Colorado.
Lee Wood. Music to Enter the Void on. That is very interesting, Lee. Weak and Powerless. That's Lee's #1 song for Music to Enter the Void. Weak and Powerless. That's very interesting. All right. Now then, Send Me to the Void is Lee Wood, right? So there's a few choices who this person is. I'm guessing someone really close to the investigation. Really close. Okay. But I don't think my song should be a crime. I think you went a little too far there, okay? It's pretty cringy, but crime? Come on. For a man with a dead wife and a bicycle on the side of the road, was it a lion? A lion? That was cringe. That moment in history was quite cringe. All right. I wasn't calling y'all names. I'm greeting y'all. You can call us names. We don't care. We have been called really good names and we have been called really bad names. I'm okay. I'm okay if I get called a name. I'll get through it. It'll be all right. How are you? The only Lolo laugh out loud. I love those songs too, my friend. Hey, 77 Ageless Beauty. How are you? Let's see. Hannibal. He must have some friends. Well, that's the thing about old Barry. Barry's got friends. And what's that song? I got friends in low places. He does. They go back quite a ways, don't they? Send me to the void. Maybe one day you could tell us all about Barry's friends in low places. I haven't seen Bling yet, John Smith, but we'll keep an eye out for her, okay? Hi, Amber. Good to see you. Are you really going to this trial? I am. I wasn't calling y'all's names. You can call me name. Just make sure it ends with sweetie. Let's see. Amber, Hannah, Doris Martin. Just getting off work. She is bringing home the bacon and frying it up too. And there is my friend, Hybrid Pisces. Hybrid, well, I got you here. Hold 1 second. You guys, I know what I'll do. We're going to play another cringy song just because it's fun. You know what I mean? I'll be right back. Hold on.
Lauren, queen of the screen. With Botox so tight, you look like a dream. But your skin's so thin, it's like tissue paper. One wrong word and poof, you're a vapor. Hey, Lauren, toes all sore and red from folks stepping on
Okay,
them
there
while
you
cry
are.
in
Now,
bed.
why aren't you a moderator?
You wail through the night, but you
That
swing
is
at
very
victims' kin. What a sight! From YouTube throne, Queen Lauren so grand. Now cast to the peasants with pitchforks in hand.
Okay, I got a different way to
You
do
dish
this.
up the drama, true crime with flair. But cross your highness, oh beware.
Beware.
Family members grieving, you pounce like a cat. Claws out and
Let's
hissing.
see.
Imagine that. Botox can't hide that
Gotta
frown
go to
upside down.
community.
Your kingdom's crumbling, you're losing your crown. Hey, Lauren, toes all sore and red from folks stepping on them. Now you're crying in bed. People are mean, you wail through the night, but you swing at victims' skin. What
All right, let's give this a try, Hybrid Pisces.
Queen Lauren so grand. Now cast to
see if
the
this works.
peasants with pitchforks in hand. Once upon a vid, you ruled the true crime wave. Subs in the millions. Oh, what
Let's see if that works. That should work.
Sore toes led to your fall. Now you're
Okay.
scrolling comments ignored by all.
That ought to do it.
Calls with no royal decree. Just Botox bills and reality TV. Hey, Lauren,
All right.
pack up
We
your
did it.
crown. The kingdom's
All right,
elected.
Hybrid, your
headed
rank
toes
should be
still
back.
aching, tears on your
Okay.
sheets. But hey, next adventure, true crime on the street. From queen to the fields with the mud and the muck. Lauren, oh Lauren, next time, better luck. to victims of all.
All right. And now I'm getting up.
Oh,
I'll get one more
Lauren,
thing.
Queen of the screen. With Botox so tight, you look like a dream. But your skin's so thin, it's like tissue paper. One wrong word and poof, you're a
You're a
vapor.
vapor.
Hey, Lauren, toes all sore and red.
Okay, we are. Okay, I'm ready. I'm here now.
People
Yeah,
are mean.
yeah. I'm done. Here we go. All right. So I've got a few things to share with you guys. And let's go ahead and put the face of evil. That's not very cringy, is it? Are you disturbed by the face of evil that you're now looking at on your screen? Step off into the abyss or whatever your cringy name was. Let's share this. We're going to watch something here. Not a song. Not going to watch a song. No, not a song. Let's put this on the cringe scale, shall we? Your girls. You hear that, Void? Suzanne's girls need her. How was that for the cringe meter? Send me to the void. Oh, you need to go listen to your cute little song. You need your song. Okay, you'll be all right. Go step off into the void. All right, you do that. Okay. Now then, I had a couple of different reasons to kind of make this a topic tonight. One of the reasons that I wanted to do this as a topic, because quite frankly, I'm a little burned out on the whole, Lauren and John outrage. Little bit burned out on that, and I felt like I needed to kind of get away. I do write those cringy songs, John Smith. That's why I'm feeling crushed. I'm crushed by the very rude commentary of step off into a void. Okay. I'll get through it though, John Smith. Don't worry. I'm gonna be okay. All right. Let's see. He was, and I think he went to court for it. What's above his brow? Well, that would be where somebody knocked the shit out of him. that was a beautiful day, wasn't it? Void. Wasn't it? Step off into the void. Wasn't that a beautiful day? Some cop just hauled off and knocked the poot out of you. It was great. We loved it. We loved it so much. All right. So one of the things was that I kind of went down the Reddit hole, right? Tripping on a mystery. How did it end? I never heard it went anywhere. Thank you for responding. You're talking about what went on with Barry Morphew? Well, Barry, what is that old saying? How the mighty have fallen? In fact, some say that the mighty have fallen so far that they've stepped off into the void. Isn't that right? Right off into the abyss. So he did go to jail. He was rearrested when they found Suzanne's body, and his bail was $3 million. And unfortunately, the judge decided to help a little bit. And so it went from a cash only bond to, that he could use a bail bondsman, and his supporters, quote unquote, Maybe the Void would like to come up on panel and tell us who Barry's supporters are. You know, it takes a special kind of creep, one whose soul is an empty void, to be willing to take all of the cash of the people in their lives and blow it on bail money. Like, you're a real, that is a special level of yuck, right? So he did make bail, and I believe it was in August or September of this year. Maybe it was, actually, I think it was September. Did he make bail in August or September? Somewhere like that. And the wonderful thing about the bail, tripping on a mystery, is that he can't go anywhere. So he has to live in town. I don't think it was the county. I think he had to be in the city limits. And he has an ankle monitor on. And if he's in the city limits, then the ankle monitor will maintain contact with satellite, which is not the case in Salida. And the girlfriend's buddy was running the company, and Barry just did damn well what he wanted to do there. It's a different ballgame in Saguache. And Saguache County is not a very populous county. That part of Colorado, the mountains, there's not a lot of people that live there. For one thing, it's super expensive. There is a lot of tourism, people that come during the winter months for skiing, or during the summer months for, the outdoor, like whitewater raft and things like that. But in terms of people who actually live there, these are actually very small towns. Populations are quite low, and things are very expensive. And there's a lot of old money that's there, or very poor people that are driving an hour and a half to some of the more populous ski resort towns to work. It's definitely a different kind of lifestyle. Everybody thinks of Colorado, obviously not Denver, Fort Smith, not west. I'm sorry, east of the mountains. But once you get up the Front Range and you're now in ski territory, people look at that, they see all the big houses and they think, oh, these are all rich people that live here. Well, most of those houses sit empty about 70% of the year. And the people that do live there, it's a hard life. They're working hard to sort of scrape things together and keep the ends, tied. And so the fact that Barry is now basically held hostage in this fairly, I'm not going to call it like a little podunk town, that it's obviously, county seat, but it is definitely not, Cave Creek, Arizona. It's not Phoenix. It's not Denver. It's not even like, even like, well, maybe a little like Salida, a little bit smaller than Salida probably. But he was allowed, he can leave his residence, and we don't know where he's living right now. Okay. I suspect he's in a hotel. I suspect he's probably paying some sort of rental, long-term hotel, but I could be totally wrong. We know it is true fact. We know that his oldest daughter, that she purchased several old properties, like really rundown properties, And then they worked together and they renovated them and, fixed them up, rented them out, right? And when Barry was arrested, he actually had quite a bit of rental income, a substantial amount of rental income that was coming into him. So from he morphed from this idea of landscaping, getting these government contracts that were highly lucrative. He went to the bottom of the barrel. He went to, I just got to find any property that I can afford and start renting it out. I got to rebuild. I got to build from the ground up, right? And I think that's how he came up with the several trailers in that trailer park area. So it seems that his eldest daughter is following in daddy's shoes, and she got stopped by the Colorado state troopers, and she told them during the stop that she rents out houses, or no, she said they buy houses and renovate them. So so that made me think right there that she and Barry were really strongly aligned, right? It to the point that they're kind of like working a business together, if that, kind of makes sense. I also was told, I don't know if it's true now, but I think as early as 6 months ago, the younger daughter lives in Florida. And I think that is very interesting because Suzanne's best friend also lives in Florida. And, I just kind of, when I heard that, I thought, I hoped maybe she's renewed that friendship with Suzanne's childhood friend. And, she's found some peace and some stability. But not the older daughter. The older daughter has been to the all the hearings. She is 100% on board with Barry. Like, she is ride or die. He's the dad. Interestingly enough, this is also the same daughter that would go on hunting trips with him up into the backcountry. So it's, it makes sense that strong father-daughter relationship that was molded with the hunting and stuff, of course it makes sense that it would continue. I'm not at all surprised that the older daughter is basically 100% backing her dad. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I'm a little surprised about the younger daughter. A little. I'm not like, it's not shocking. I don't think she is completely on board. You know what I mean? Would you want to be in her shoes at all for a day even? She was, according to friends and family, she was aligned with Suzanne, whereas the older daughter was always really aligned with Barry. And, she was really scared for Suzanne. She, in police questioning, there were statements that she was worried about her mom and that she wanted them to get a divorce because she was scared that there was such animosity between them. And she wanted her mom, she even suggested that her mom should just leave, not tell Barry, and leave. And then after Suzanne had moved out of the house and was gone and Barry would not know where she was, then tell Barry, oh, by the way, we're getting a divorce. So she knew, she was living at her boyfriend's family's home. So when Suzanne went missing, so it was I think if we only go by that fact alone, I think it must have been very, very uncomfortable in that very beautiful home. I think it must have gotten to be a really stressful and horrible environment. And Suzanne had a lot of complaints about Barry going, leaving and staying gone for multiple days in a row. And you got to ask yourself, why not? If it's gotten that bad in the home that your high school daughter is moved in with her boyfriend's family just for peace, maybe both Suzanne and Barry needed to move on and just get the divorce and be done, right? And I'm pretty certain Barry has probably had that thought many times by now as he's looking again at another courtroom circus. He probably is saying, why didn't I just get the divorce? Why didn't I just let her go? Why did I fight it so hard? Why did I, do what I did, right? That is wild speculation on my part. I don't know what his frame of mind is right now, but I would think that after all this time to calm down, all the priorities realign, I'm sure it seems really, really foolish to him that it ended up like it did. I'm sure he's thinking, boy, my life would have been a lot easier if I had just taken the L and moved on. Yeah, I would have been without Suzanne's inheritance. I would have been without Suzanne's money, but I'd have my freedom and I'd be able to go hunting and do what I wanted to do. Be able to get some government contracts from my, rich and important friends. And that is not what he did. He was okay. So here's what I want to do. I want to do something a little bit different here. I was really hoping that Martin would show up. I haven't seen Martin in a long time. I hope everything is good with him. All right. So I did this Reddit thing, right? Like I couldn't find anything I really wanted to watch. I've been really sad about that little boy in Alabama. I just kind of needed to detach a little bit from the Lauren and John Matthias drama, and then the little boy is just, it's just devastating. And and so I said, well, I'll just go over to Reddit and see if I run across anything new with the whole Barry Morphew trial, and that kind of thing. And it was interesting. I was struck because I've been separated from this story for quite a long time. And as I was going back through and reading these comments on the Reddit, and some of these are like 2-3 years old. Like some of them are really, really old comments. But as I was reading them, I was struck by how many people really don't have the same ideas. Like there's a wide variety of opinions about Barry Morphew, not just why he might, if in fact he's the one that did kill Suzanne, and we don't know that yet until the trial, correct? But if we play devil's advocate and we say, well, yeah, of course he's the one that did it, then the one area that, man, nobody is aligned. Everybody has a different point of view. The motive is just all over the place. And I thought that is just very, very interesting because it's such a big story. So many people interested in it. We had famous people that were involved in the search for Suzanne. Remember that? Chris McDonough, he is friends with some of the like special forces guys, and they were able to reach out to one of the guys that survived Benghazi. His nickname was Tig, And so Tig and some other big names that attracted attention, they were brought to the search for Suzanne. And I really think that freaked Barry out. Like, I think that Barry never imagined that there would be this much interest in Suzanne. I really think that. His reaction during that period of search, his reaction was crazy, was bizarre. The whole world is crawling around the mountains of Colorado, and Barry is slinking around in the woods putting up additional game cameras, but the actual security cameras along his driveway had all been disconnected. So it was like, Barry, what the hell are you doing? You're walking around with a shotgun over your back. I think it was a shotgun. You're walking around with a long gun on your back, putting up all of these cameras ostensibly to keep the searchers off of your property. But the actual cameras that would have followed a perpetrator on the drive into your property had all been disconnected. That didn't make you look guilty at all, did it, Barry? Not a bit. So that was odd. He and the daughters began, like, when they would drive in and out from their house, from their property, he would just floor it. Like, he would just put the gas just all the way to the floor, flying down this, tiny kind of dirt road with gravel flying. And the daughter would be in a truck right behind him, like a yard, maybe 2 yards behind the back end of the Bobcat that he carried with him everywhere. He never left the Bobcat at home unattended. When Barry was on the move, so too was the Bobcat on the trailer. And right behind the trailer with the Bobcat on it was Mallory. It was crazy. And you would have all these people walking up and down the road, walking out through the woods, yelling, Suzanne, Suzanne. And this maniac with his daughters would just come tearing down the road. Now, it'd be interesting, I think, to ask Void why that is. I mean, maybe the Void, maybe they're a music critic and they just want to talk about my cringy songs, or maybe they'd like to explain to us why they needed to drive so fast in and out of their property. I mean, I almost have to laugh. Was it like, because I don't want the paparazzi to get a picture of me? It's a little weird, Barry. It's like really weird. So, I mean, there were lots of pictures of you. There were no paparazzi. Those were searchers looking for your family member. And yet you acted like you were Tom Cruise hiding, or Justin Bieber hiding from the paparazzi cameras. It was weird. His behavior was so bizarre. So bizarre. And I honestly really think it is because he just was blown away. He never believed that her disappearance would get that much attention. I think he was in complete and total shock at the attention that it did in fact get. Is it? Oh yeah, really? Yeah, Freud. There were a lot of us that came together when Suzanne first went missing, and they were getting together the search parties and all that. That was when a lot of us kind of made friends. Yeah, that's right. It's almost like they were mad Well, I know this, Kelly. Barry Morphew was furious that they were searching for his missing wife. And that was a very interesting thing that old Barry did, right? It's like Barry just sort of like stood at the edge of the abyss, and when he saw those people come to town bringing all of their equipment, and all these YouTubers were donating money, and restaurants were bringing food in, it's almost like Barry was just, he just felt like he had fallen into the void. Right? Kind of like that. Okay. And I think he panicked. I think he looked around and he said, "What is happening here? What is this? We are nobodies. We are not famous. We are not an important family. Why are all of these people here?" Well, I can tell you why the world fell in love with Suzanne Mormon. Because women looked at her and they saw themselves. They saw their own daughters. They saw their mothers. They saw their sisters and their aunts. And we all have someone that we loved who was married to a perfect jackass, right? We've all seen those kinds of misogynistic relationships. And a lot of people, when this all happened in the beginning, a lot of people kept bringing up Chris Watts. Here's this family. They all look like they're carved out of cream cheese, right? They all look perfect and flawless and gorgeous. All of them, all four of them. Their family vacations. They were this beautiful family, and then cut to this absolutely perfect log cabin in the middle of God's country, heaven. No, absolutely. I think they bought that property for maybe $3 million, maybe, but people would have been willing to pay $20 million for it just for the surrounding. You have no idea how gorgeous it is. You have no idea. Stunning. So I think that, when we saw those pictures of Suzanne and the family and the home, and I think so many people just thought, golly, that reminds me with my sister, and her husband attacked her and then she went back to him, or my daughter can't leave her abusive husband. It touched all of us, right? It was the domestic violence. It was the control. It was the shock of, again, the Shanann Watts. You can have this beautiful, perfect life. Everything looks like it's been done exactly right. You're living the American dream. And then one misogynistic asshole can rain terror down into your lives, right? And I think that spoke to all of us. I think that might have been the catalyst that fired everybody into action. They just thought, this can't be allowed. He can't get away with this. We just can't. And do you know that there were people, once they dropped the charges, Suzanne Morphew had been listed on the Colorado Registry of Women that had died as a result of domestic violence. Like, her name was on the list, right? Do you know there was a group of people that fought very hard to have Suzanne's name removed from that domestic violence list? Removed. And that just fueled the anger and the indignation, right? Look, here's the truth, okay? if your husband or your boyfriend or whatever, if they back you into a closet and then they hold a pew pew to their own head, not to your head, but to their own head, and then they scream at you, I'm going to do this. This is what you want. You want me to die. This is what you want. Okay, you know what that is, Void? You know what that is, Mr. Void? That is domestic violence. That is coercive control. That is a man using fear and intimidation and a threat of violence to control that woman who has been backed into a corner and there is no path of egress. That was abuse. That was actionable. And Barry should have been arrested for that bullshit. So there were lots of indicators of domestic violence without there actually being like a police report. Everyone seemed to know that Barry was ominous, that he was threatening. And, you know, here's another reality, Mr. Void. A lot of women that live with ominous, threatening men, they don't leave the marriage. You know why? Because the most dangerous period of time in their lives is when the first 2 years after getting out of a domestic violence situation. That's usually when they die, Mr. Void. It's when they die. And unfortunately, that statistic stood true for Suzanne. So I think Barry was surprised. And as I was going through the Reddit post, and these are years worth of posts, right? Lots of posts that were very old in nature. As you go through and you read them, there's a couple things that stand out. One thing that stands out is motive is all over the place. All over the place. There's a lot of people in the Reddit forum that say that this was a crime of passion. A crime of passion. That Barry found out that Suzanne was having an affair and he lost his mind. That was the love of his life, and he just couldn't tolerate that she didn't love him anymore. Okay. Side chat question. Do you guys think it was a crime of passion? Do you think he found out about the affair and he just lost control of his emotions? Or do you think it was something else? Do you think Suzanne had to die for a different reason? So if you think that it was a crime of passion and that he was all freaked out about the infidelity, put a 1. If you think there was a different motive that was much less like dispassionate, that it was methodical, then put a 2. I'm curious because there's a ton of you guys that have been in this with me from day one. So I'm curious where everybody stands. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, Requiem. Wanda Gray says different reason. Kathy R, different reason. I think he did it for the dollar. I would be on high alert, say, waiting on him in a restaurant. He has such a demonic vibe. I did run across him one time, tripping. It was very weird. The tranquilizer, bam. Okay, I think it was for the money. Okay, so see, all of you guys, we've been doing this for years since Suzanne went missing. Yeah, those of us that kind of got in on this early and kind of had an opportunity to watch how he operates, we're all like going, no, this passion? This was a man who was leaving Suzanne at home for days. Like he would just go, okay, I'm going to work. And then he would leave. And then 5 days later, he'd come walking back in the house, I guess, to get clean clothes, right? If Suzanne's daughters testify for Barry's prosecution and try to lie for Barry, the prosecution will definitely get the girls to tell the truth. Justice for Suzanne. One of those girls is going to tell the truth. I believe that. But back to this whole motive thing with Barry. Those people that saw him, okay, see, poolside is kind of both sides, 1 and 2. He lost control of her. He wasn't going to be second. Okay, so here is someone who says crime of passion. Okay, I don't believe Barry had love for Suzanne. Okay, and I am not saying this in a judgmental, hateful way. I think that there was a period of time where there was a great deal of love. Okay, I do. I think both of them loved each other very much. Suzanne's sister said that Barry was a great dad. She said that Barry was gentle with his daughters. He took time with them, that they played together as a family, that they were actually a really close-knit, loving family. Okay, so I mean, that's Suzanne's sister. We probably should give her the respect of believing her. Okay. But I think by the time that everything happened in Colorado, I think that both of them were done. I think emotionally the marriage was finished. And unfortunately, because long marriages become more like a business arrangement than, romantic love. I think that was Barry's primary thought. I think Barry was like, how do I extricate myself from this and still retain the same standard of living? How do we end this and still keep the big houses and the money and the big trucks and all that, right? And that was a real problem. And we know that Suzanne talked about that issue because she was in the process. Her text reflected that she was in the process of, talking to her friends and saying, I've told Barry I'm not going to keep doing his business, his books, his accounting. I told him I would help him for a little while. And then that led into some comments that his business dealings were always very shady, right? That there were always things about him that maybe wasn't altogether honest, where money and stuff came into the picture. So I think it is misleading. I think it's disingenuous for this prosecution to say, oh, this was all about the affair. This was all about jealousy. This was all about, a violation of wedding vows. I just have a hard time with that. I'm not sure that that's exactly true. I think Barry's the behavior that we know he was doing, because it was talked about in the court documents, he really was sending a picture of being a very dispassionate husband. Well, look at there. There is Martin Smallwood. I was going to put out an APB on you, Martin Smallwood. Okay, welcome. I am glad. I knew that if we got that fishing pole out there and attached the Barry name, you'd come paddling up in your boat. I knew that would happen. All right. That's so funny. But even so, Martin would tell you the phone calls, the text messages between Barry and Suzanne didn't exactly, proclaim love. You know what I mean? So I don't know, Martin, do you want to come up on the panel and give us your point of view on this topic? Yes, he said this was a good channel. I still use his account. He left me notes on where to visit and where not to go. He wrote some good information on cases. Thanks, Cinnamon. Is that Chuck Anderson? And you are his granddaughter. Oh, good. We're gonna get Martin's point of view. Copy. Okay, there is the nice to meet you, Tanis. Everybody, this is, I don't know how many of you remember Chuck Anderson. This is his granddaughter, Tanis. So I'm so glad you're here, Tanis. That's great. All right. And while we wait on Martin, Tripping on a Mystery. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Tripping on a Mystery. Official donation to the Twins Diaper Fund. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to watch some of your playlist on this case. I hope that you will. Yeah, that's a good talking point right here. Okay, I don't know. Let me look. Okay, the link is there, Martin, when you get ready to come up. Okay, so until Martin gets back up here, I'll continue. Okay. So this idea that, you know, the murder of Suzanne Morphew was a crime of passion. And it doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, passion in terms of romantic love. There could be passion in terms of hate, right? That's passion as well. So, but again, I still kind of take issue with that idea because Barry was staying gone for days and days, weeks even, to the point that Suzanne even said, usually she didn't even know when he would come in or leave. These were not two people that were even accountable to each other, much less sharing a life together. I mean, you think about how many times that she was able to travel, spend a week with Jeff Libler in a hotel somewhere, and that didn't spark any kind of fighting. No, I don't think the passion part is really there, but I do think that's what the prosecution is going to go with, right? I do think they are going to do that. I think they're going to say this was that Barry discovered the affair and he was furious, and then, you know, it's a story like age old, right? I think it was much more calculated and not passionate. So yes, I think that Barry was very dispassionate. I'm not altogether sure that Barry. I'm not okay. We have this story of Barry Morphew came out of Gray Hughes's channel, where he interviewed this like a contractor or something in Indianapolis, some guy that ran for mayor of Indianapolis, I believe. And he went on Gray Hughes's channel and claimed that he had worked with Barry Morphew, building some kind of house or something. And Barry was doing the landscaping. And there was a big disagreement. He and Barry had some sort of altercation. He said to Gray Hughes that Barry got so angry, so weirded out, so freaked out that he started like picking up sod and throwing it at the other workers, and that he was like throwing like shovelfuls of dirt at the other workers, and that he was sobbing, crying as he was out of control. Now, again, I have to keep saying this over and over. This story came out of Gray Hughes's channel. Hey, Martin Smallwood.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
I'm a little bit under the weather. A little bit. I've had that flu. You know that flu everyone's had?
Oh, yes. So many people here in the United States have it.
Yeah, so I'm at the tail end of it.
Okay. I can tell you're a little bit stuffy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I hope that you feel better very soon.
No, Grant. I've had it notice over 3 weeks.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well,
my wife as well. Yeah.
Did
Kurt has it as well, actually.
Say that again?
Kurt has it as well, and his family. Okay.
Yeah. So many people. It's all influenza A over here, and people are getting like super high fever and like really sick. So I'm sorry that you're dealing with that.
That's grand.
So I don't know how much you heard of the beginning of this video.
No,
but
I just came in there now. I just seen the message. Yeah.
Okay. So I was looking through Reddit, just looking for like any kind of information if somebody had seen Barry and Sawatch or anything like that. And I got to reading like even the old comments and stuff. And I was struck by the number of people who didn't really seem to even really know the facts of the case. And the motives were all over the place, right? Yeah. And what I think the one motive that kind of stands out on the Reddit forums is that, Suzanne died, that it was a crime of passion, that Barry found out about the affair and gave her the death sentence, I suppose. That is not my impression at all. I do think that is what the prosecution is going with. I think that is what they're going to present at trial. And so I'm curious about what you think. Do you think that Barry was out of control emotionally, or do you think this was something altogether different?
I think it was, he knew about it. I'd say at least since January, when they were on holidays in in the resort in January in Mexico.
Yeah. Yes.
Cancun, I think it was. Yeah. I think that time when he asked for her phone, he knew, but he didn't know who it was. But I think.
You think he did know that it was Libler?
No, I don't think he did. No.
Okay.
I think even when it happened, I don't think he knew it was Libler. That's why I think that all the Jeffs in the Facebook requests.
I agree.
He was leaving clues for the police to find who this person was.
So you think the all of the friend requests with a man named Jeff, you think that was part of him trying to frame Jeff Libler?
To frame whoever this Jeff person was, yeah.
Okay.
Who was, we know it was Jeff Libler, but I don't think he knew. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think there was a build-up, and when you look at that week, so Suzanne, she sends or Barry calls her, and that was on May 5th, and they hadn't spoke to each other. No text, no calls in 13 and a half weeks.
Yeah, say that again so everybody in the chat really, really lets that sink in, because I think that's very important.
Yeah. So, sorry, can you hear me properly? Because it could be my microphone here. Can you hear me?
It's a little hard to hear, but
Okay, 1 second. See if we can adjust it here. Is that better? No?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay. So I think on that May 5th, when Barry called Suzanne, that was he had already planned that they were going to be alone together. And the idea was for Macy to go with, excuse me, for Macy to go with Mallory and Holly on the road trip. So there was nobody. She was basically at home alone with Barry.
Right.
And so it kind of escalated. I'd say I'd say there was a deal done with Barry about that, because she was already looking for separation. Because on May or on April, or was it May 1st? I think it was May 1st. There was a party in the Richardsons, and I think it was Suzette. I think it was her birthday, and they celebrated Suzanne's at the same time. And at that party, Suzanne was talking about Mallory and how good things were going in college, etc., etc. And then she also mentioned about that she was building a bridge between herself and Barry. She was going to do his books. You know what I mean? So
yes,
the separation was already out there. You know, and so then you had the big fight on the Wednesday morning. So Suzanne was with Jean Ritter for coffee, and then she sends this text message about an hour after she was with Jean. I think it was around 10:13 or something like that in the morning, and which said basically she's had enough, you know what I mean, and she wants to end it civilly. You know what I mean, and that day there was a lot of suicide texts from Barry to Suzanne, and he was constantly calling her and texting her, and she wasn't answering the phone. She was just letting him seethe, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so you had that going on, and then I think later on that evening they met up and they went for a drive, and I think there was a bit of hostility in the truck, and I'm not sure if it was in her Range Rover, but I have a feeling it was in his truck. She got into his truck, and some of that stuff came out in the list of grievances about what happened on the Wednesday. So this list of grievances is very important. It's
absolutely.
It's one of the most important parts of the case, and it was nearly forgotten about or pushed aside as just, oh, it's a list she's been gathering together. This list was very fresh. It was at the time. Her words were what was actually going on at the time.
Yes.
And so then you had on the Thursday, I actually thought that Barry stayed away Thursday night. But I realized afterwards that he didn't. So there's been my
You think
Um,
he did not stay away?
no, I thought he did stay away on the Thursday night. I thought he stayed out. But I realized afterwards that Barry actually did stay at home on Thursday night. And Thursday night, she's in her own room and she's messaging with Libler right till late in the night.
Yes. Yes.
And it was, there was a couple of those messages that Suzanne sent to Libler, could hang on, hold on for a bit longer, because just that things are going to get really tough over the next couple of days. And
yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, well, that message is really, that's a tough one. You know what I mean? Because she kind of shielded Libler, I think, from what she knew she was going to do. Like one way or the other, I think in Suzanne's mind, she was going to put an end to this marriage that weekend. Like there was been discussions, and Barty didn't want to listen, and all this was, it was hanging out there. But and all of a sudden, then she had decided, and I know she decided.
Well, but so from his point of view, though, right? He was staying gone for days and days.
Oh,
and there was no calling, there was no texting.
100%. She let him have a free rein.
Yeah,
that's what she said. She said she didn't care, that he could do what he want, and she sent a message in, I think it was around the 20th of April, which said, "Oh, I hope your girlfriend has you all happy now," and blah blah blah. And it's, it's okay. You can tell me you love me, but you can bully me and all this type of thing, Yeah. So the messages that were sent are very important. The messages that she sent are very important, and the messages that were deleted. There's, like, if you just knew now what I know, and I couldn't talk about the whole thing here tonight because it would take too long, but I'll briefly let you know. So if we go on from the Thursday night, Friday morning, Barry heads off to work in Tailwinds, and when he's in Tailwinds working away, he's there at just around 7 o'clock in the morning. And when he gets there, Suzanne's at home and she's putting this list that she has. And what we see in the affidavit, 60 lines, basically, 60 lines.
Yes.
And what we see is only excerpts of that. So we don't see the whole lot of it.
But do you believe that the cops have a complete list?
Oh, yes, they have the complete list. They have the complete list. And the reason it wasn't put into the affidavit was they wanted to hold some stuff back, I presume. But they also, it was probably personal stuff. Excuse me.
Well, there is one line you and I have talked about the deer and the pants being unzipped.
Oh, yes, pants being unzipped.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, we make a bit of fun about Barry in that.
Sure.
In that respect, but there are other things that are in that list about the wedding ring, but the main ones are for me is the spying. So
sure,
she mentions about he knew that she was FaceTiming when he was watching her. No, he was there. He was in the bonus room, and she says this on her list. But she also says that he lied when he said that he needed her phone to call Casey. Now, Barry would need for Barry to be able to watch her on her phone. He would need to actually have her phone in his hand to pair it. You know what I mean? When you put two phones side by side.
Yes.
And you pair the phones. And I believe that's what he done. He was probably in the house on Thursday night watching the conversation on his phone.
Then why didn't he know that it was Jeff Lippler?
Because you could be there and she could have mentioned Jeff 3 or 4 times. I love you, Jeff, this Jeff, that Jeff. But she's not going to say Jeff Lippler. Do you know what I mean? And unless he says, mentions Michigan or Ann Arbor or something like that, do you know what I mean? He's not going to know.
Yeah, now, but they were exchanging photographs, right? He knew Jeff Lippler. They got into a fight over her.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he knew who Jeff Lippler was. 100% he knew. And he was Jeff Lippler was afraid of him because Barry was like a crazy guy. You know what I mean? Jumped off the tractor and ran towards him and was going to beat the living daylights out of him.
And he was an athlete, so he was strong.
Yeah, but he was physically bigger than Jeff as well.
Sure,
you know.
Sure.
I think I've seen photographs of Jeff in college. Right. He was no big guy, like, you know what I mean? But
no, not at all. Not at all.
So where was I there? So I believe
about Casey.
Yeah, Casey. So Barry said to Suzanne, "Can I borrow your phone? My phone is dead," or whatever that. Or I just need to call Casey. But she said in her list that you lied when you said you needed the phone to call Casey. So when she got the phone back, she must have been able to see what
that he paired them or something.
Well, no, she wouldn't see that. She wouldn't know that unless she was a forensic detective. But what she would have seen is that Barry never called Casey.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
She thought then that he was either snooping in her phone or whatever. But I believe he paired a phone. So.
Well, yeah, because there's software, right? You can download software that will basically give you a mirror of what the other phone is doing.
100%. But there was also, if you remember, when Macy was in Cancun, and Barry texted Macy, said, "It's not, it's not Suzanne who's looking at your phone. You can see what you're messaging, basically." So Barry basically told Macy that he could see what she was saying to her mother. You know what I mean? So obviously there was the big row,
I never put that together. Yeah, you're right.
So
and okay. It's been so long since I looked. Didn't Grusing say something on the stand? Didn't he say that Barry was reading the conversations between Suzanne and her daughters?
Yes.
Did I dream that?
Well, do you remember the sex, the Ashley Madison and then there was the looking for a girl.
Monkey app.
Yes, the monkey app, and there was another one then, naked celebrities or something like that. There was all this stuff, and they were kind of saying, well, Iris was saying, you know, that Barry's phone and Macy's phone and Suzanne's phone are all kind of connected.
Yeah. Grusing said that he was monitoring the two girls' phones.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So she must have realized when well, maybe not though. Maybe it was like you said, he didn't call Casey, and so she didn't really know what he was doing. She just knew he was dishonest.
But this could have been on May 6th, or this could have been on May 7th. You know what I mean? It could have been because it's there. Do you know what I mean? It's in that list. And I'd say, like, you could just imagine, like, she says goodnight to Libbler, and she's in her room, and she is composing this list right through the morning. So she's really upset because I'd say she was expecting Barry to be home and they were going to sit down like two adults and discuss this. But it never happened. And here we are now on Thursday night. He's gone to bed, and now Friday morning, and next day will be Saturday, and then Sunday the girls will be home, and we won't have got this, we won't have discussed this separation.
Yeah.
So on the Friday morning, while she's composing, early hours Friday morning, she's composing her list. She then puts it into her iCloud for safekeeping, and I believe then she sent it to Barry. She sent him the list, like she sent him the "I'm done" text, like she sent him the "I hope your mistress is happy." The other text she sent. I think she sent this to Barry because if you read through the affidavit and you look under the worst text that Barry ever deleted, if you put that into and you just say worst text Barry ever deleted, FBI agents asked Barry this, and he says, yes, it was on Friday morning. So that he was at work on the Bobcat and he got the text message from Suzanne. It was the worst text that he ever got from Suzanne, right? That is massive. That is massive. That is one of the biggest things. But
Martin, he didn't care. He didn't care about Suzanne. He didn't care.
I think he did. I think he did care about her. But he wanted his cake and he wanted to eat his cake. He wanted the trophy, as Melinda said, the trophy wife, the trophy daughters, basically, everything looking rosy in the castle. And he felt that he had the free reign, as Suzanne gave him the free reign, but he wanted to be able to explore what he wanted to do and come home and have his cake and eat it. You know what I mean? I think that's what it was with him.
Yeah,
he wanted to have the money. He wanted to, hide things from them. But when she sent that list,
there was no way to argue back with the list.
It was
so comprehensive.
She never gave him an outlet. Do you understand me?
Right.
Because it was, if you read through the list, as we talked about, the Deer Pants Unzipped and other stuff that's in there, like, he's probably thinking, now you think about the stuff that we don't know that's in the list. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And you think that if his family got to see this, after there was a divorce case, you know what I mean, if they went to court and this list was thrown in there, he just probably went crazy. And I tell you how I know he went crazy. Because on the Friday morning, Barry was working away on his Bobcat. And in the morning, there was a text message from Suzanne to Barry, which said, sorry about Rob Mazzell. It was around 8:15 in the morning. Around 8:15, I think it was 8:45. But text message anyway, they said, sorry about Rob Mazzell last night. I will do your invoicing basically in future. I will, you know what I mean? If when you need me to. Basically saying to him, I am leaving you. Do you know what I mean? But I am still willing to be civil about this. I will do your invoicing, whatever you need me to do. I help around the house or whatever, do you know, between the family. I'll be there. That's what she's telling them.
Well, let me ask you this. So she she sends this message and she says, okay, you know, I'm willing to help you with the business. And I know this seems, you know, bad, but I'm not all bad and I'm going to be there to support you, yada, yada, yada. But coming on the heels of that comprehensive list,
Well,
maybe
she probably,
he got,
she
maybe
may,
he
she may not have sent that list.
was
She sent it in the
scared.
morning.
Maybe he felt like he was being set up. Say that again. You cut out.
I don't believe he sent. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't believe I think he might have sent that. Or she might have sent that list in the morning, because that's when he says he got it in the morning. The worst list that he deleted.
That he ever got. Yeah.
Yeah. And lucky enough, she had it in the iCloud, and he never saw it. You know. But I think that this message that she sent to him about the Rob Moselle, he stopped and read the message. He was on the Bobcat and read it. He stopped for about 10 minutes, didn't move.
So now, on the list, on the grievances list,
yeah,
there were indications that Barry and Mallory were moving money around and keeping Suzanne out of that loop, right?
It was the VPN. Barry bought a VPN, right? But he bought it through.
But it was the Monex too, didn't he
Monex.
put Mallory on the Monex?
I think there was something that I'm not 100% sure of that now, and I said that at the time that that she was on the account, but I'm not 100% sure of it, you know, because when you read it in that list, it's not, you know, it's basically she's writing stuff that Barry understands. Do you know what I mean? She's putting down the message that he understands. You know what I mean? And that's why other people are saying bear claw. What's bear claw mean? What wedding?
Yeah,
ring?
he was texting. He was angry. He was in Arizona.
Yeah. So
but we don't know what that meant. Yeah.
No, she's writing bullet points basically.
Yes.
And so you had that Rob Moselle message in the morning, and then after that, the next conversation is between Suzanne and Melinda. And Melinda says herself that this was out of the blue. She'd never ever got anything like this from Suzanne. You know, in all the years that she was married, there was never discussions about marriage and how things were in the marriage and all that sort of stuff. She never ever spoke to Melinda about these things. And Melinda was gobsmacked and she didn't know what to do. And she actually deleted one of the messages because she was afraid that she might accidentally send it on to the wrong person. And like she was obviously panicking a bit. And she was thinking about prayer and all those type of things. But Melinda had no way to thinking that this was imminent. You know, this is happening now. And I believe when Suzanne had that conversation with Melinda, she was worried. She was worried. She was probably thinking.
You think she was scared of Barry?
Yeah, she was scared.
Okay.
Now, for the half an hour that call, or that not call, but it was a text conversation. For that half an hour, Barry's Bobcat stops for that half an hour.
Yes.
He's sitting there on his Bobcat or in his truck or whatever, and he's watching the conversation. And then at 10 o'clock, this is at 9:30 when she hangs up the phone with her sister. At 10 o'clock, she calls Barry. And he's on the Bobcat. And 3 minutes later, he's obviously missed the call. And 3 minutes later, he's called her and texted her about 6 times in a matter of 6 or 7 minutes.
So he was triggered.
Calls, texts, and she's not answering. She then calls him at 9 minutes past 10. I think it's 9 minutes past 10. And this is the longest call they've ever had. It was 26 and a half minutes, or 26 and 37 seconds or something like that, of a call. Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is just crazy. So you have the,
Yeah, he was big triggered at that point.
oh yeah. So after the call, about 10 minutes after the call, he texts her back, and he says, "I love you, Suzanne." And that's at 5 to 11. A half an hour later, Barry's Bobcat shuts down, and I can tell you that from the morning, Barry covered something like 5 kilometers, say 5 or 6 kilometers, in moving and walking on down in tailwinds. After the phone call, he 200 meters is all he done
Hmm.
in a space of about an hour.
Yeah.
But the 2 hours beforehand, he's covered, like he was walking quite normal.
Right.
Understand me?
Yeah.
And then it was just like all of a sudden everything changed. Do you know what I mean? Every single thing changed. It was just his behavior just changed completely. He was in the same spot basically. You can see him on the Bobcat on the GPS.
Yeah.
And only for the Bobcat, because we have no telematics for Friday, apart from 1 minute and 15 seconds is all we have.
And
of the
you
Bobcat.
you believe that law enforcement has that. They didn't release that.
Haven't really spot.
The Friday telematics.
No, there's no telematics because Barry was shutting off the telematics of his truck.
So you think the fact that there's no telematics is that was very interfering.
100%. He traveled for 46 miles that day.
Yes.
And
To Moffat.
And no, he traveled to 46 miles that day from the morning he got up and he drove to Tailwinds, and then he drove back home. And this is the thing. Barry drove to Tailwinds in the morning, and at 11:30, Barry shuts down his Bobcat at Tailwinds, and he drives home. But he doesn't drive home the normal way. He does a detour. And the detour is because there's a camera at the Shell station. And we know about that because we've seen it in the exhibits, pictures of Barry's truck passing this Shell station.
Yes.
And it's in the affidavit as well that he's
Right.
been spotted going to Broomfield that following morning on the Sunday morning
Yes.
by the camera at the Shell station. So Barry would have known that he couldn't go past that heading home. So Barry went a different way. He went up the 285, he took the 140, and then back down onto the 50 when he got past the Shell station. And he went home that way.
Hmm.
And he went home and he incapacitated Suzanne on the Friday.
Yeah.
And this is a Friday at just before noon. And then basically he gets back into Tailwinds again, the same way he went out, the same way he came back, the detour, so he's not seen. And he carries on. He goes into Tailwinds, but when he gets back to Tailwinds, all he does is he loads up the Bobcat onto the trailer, and then they drive to County Road 105, the beach site. And that is when we have the 1 minute and 15 seconds of telematics out of the whole day. So you can imagine he got up in the morning.
So yeah.
He drove down to Tailwinds. He drove back from to Tailwinds to Puma Path, and then back again to Tailwinds, and then down to County Road 105. And at that point, when he hit County Road 105, that telematics came on, and we have an odometer reading. So we know where that's how I was able to tell where Barry went, because the odometer reading I have for Thursday night and the odometer reading I have for Friday at roughly 2 o'clock or whatever it is, I was able to work out exactly where Barry went, and I was missing the mileage, and the mileage was exactly to Puma Path and back to Tailwinds, including the 2 detours,
Yeah.
which are about an extra 2 miles. That's about 2 miles to the journey there, 2 miles back. Go on.
Do you think that the prosecution is going to present that information, or
I hope so.
First of all, do you think they took the time to sit down and really understand it? Right, that's number one. And if they do understand it, then do you think that they will? You think they should present it, or do you think that it will confuse the jury?
No, I think you should tell the truth anytime. You should always tell the truth, because Barry knows what happened, and if they start saying a different story, and that Barry knows, he can pull the rug out from under them.
Yeah, he can use that to his advantage.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, because he knows where he went. I know where he went as well, but I'm able to work out basically the telematics from. We only have telematics from Thursday around 3 o'clock, and we're missing a small little bit, something like 6 miles or 7 miles. 7 miles, I think we're missing, and so he basically what we have is, and Thursday was another day. Like, he went loads of places on Thursday. He went and got his tires done on his tire blown up on his Bobcat. He went so many different sites on the Thursday that there should be lots of telematics. You know what I mean? Like, the odometer would go off every minute. You should have an odometer reading every minute. It might be different if you're on highway.
The odometer wouldn't be affected by lack of cell or satellite connection.
Yes, it can be. Like, if somebody puts tinfoil over their antenna for the telematics, it won't work. Do you know what I mean? And his antenna was in one of the rear lights, I think.
See, that's a problem, because the location, tailwinds to their house, that we're talking about spotty at best, even satellite connection. You're in the middle of nowhere when you're out there.
We have plenty of GPS for Puma Path. We have it all day on Saturday from when he comes home. When he comes home from getting the Bobcat blade replaced, we have his Bobcat. Lots of strange things going on with his Bobcat, but we have telematics there. The first one is at 1:43:59 when it's another odometer reading, but he just arrives at the house, and then we have a few more. That's at 2 o'clock. That's at 2:45, or 2:44, I should say, and then at 2:44, and then we have some more around at 4 o'clock, and then we have some at 5:30, and then we have some more at 6, and then we have some more at 8, 9, and then we have some then late in the early hours of the morning, up 3 o'clock in the morning. So we have lots of telematics up around. Yeah. So it's not a signal problem.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
We also, at 5:33 on the Saturday, we have a power outage. So it's a reboot on Barry's truck, right?
Yes.
So his battery was, or his telematics was either disconnected, or his battery was disconnected, either one. And we also have a time difference from his truck.
You're saying that the time difference is associated to the loss of power?
Yes, because I know his truck and his I know his truck and his bobcat were synchronized at 10:04 a.m. on the Saturday morning, because he had his bobcat running on the trailer on when he was coming back from the beach house with Morgan. They were going to Rob Mazelle's house, and when they were going to Ponce Springs Lane, they crossed over the South Arkansas River, and his telematics odometer comes on, and his bobcat
he was
is
so sneaky, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Golly.
and his bobcat comes on exactly the same time. So you could tell that they were down to the second, his bobcat and the truck were on the same clock. Do you understand me?
Yes.
The truck clock and the bobcat. And then we can also see it when he's down getting the blade changed, that the truck parks up, and then something like 10, 15 seconds later, he's on the bobcat. So we know again that they're synchronized. Do you know what I mean? At that point.
Yeah.
So we know then the next time we can have a clock or something else to verify it with is when he gets to the Holiday Inn hotel. And his truck clock is out by 8.5 minutes.
Yeah.
From the clock in the hotel, even though the hotel clock is out by 1 hour, but that's quite normal. Like the one in the Shell station was out by 1 hour as well. But yeah, so there's something going on. There's something really. People need to get their hands dirty and get down to all the figures, all the telematics. I mean, all the Bobcat telematics. And I would even look back, if they have 624 pages of telematics, I would be looking back further, the week previous, because when I don't believe Barry was at the party. Barry was away from, I think I checked on his truck, that he was, I'm trying to think where he was now, but he was away.
Wasn't he going to the girlfriend, Shoho? She had a house there in Salida with the big boulder in front of it.
Yes.
I thought they showed that he was going there and spending days at a time with her at her house.
Look, I still think that Barry and Shosho were having some type of a relationship, because there's one of the texts that Suzanne sent to Sheila. She said that Barry said that he couldn't make it to one of the her treatments weeks, you know what I mean, because he had a deployment with the fire firefighters had some deployment in Durango, and this was about a year before, or about
I
9 or 10 months before. I think it was in August, I think, if I remember rightly. So August 2019. Barry and Suzanne says to Sheila something, a deployment in Durango. Like, what do you think of that? It's odd.
Right.
You know, she thought it was odd.
Yeah.
But we know that Shosho had so many different properties up there in Durango, and there's other people actually, like you know, his friend Trent's brother had a property there in Durango as well, only a mile away from where Shosho was working at one stage in the salon.
So, I don't believe they met at the trash can.
No. Love, their eyes met across a fly-ridden trash can. You mean?
Oh my God, Barry's got some very strange sexual preferences. That's neat. Yeah, that's weird. That's so weird. So weird. He goes from the monkey app to the trash can to pick up ladies, and then goes hangs out in the field with the deer. Really sick. Sorry, Barry, but it's gross. Okay.
I sent you that file, Jules. Did you open it all? The file
Oh
I sent you?
yeah.
The Excel file, yeah.
Yeah, there's a
sent
lot of information.
a
Yeah, like
lot
the
of information.
timeline. Well, so
No, there was an Excel. There's a lot of photographs of stuff in that. Maybe you didn't. I didn't know if you had Excel or not. You see, so I was saying, I wondered, would you be able to
maybe I
open
don't
that?
have. No, I don't think I have pictures.
I'd say all in the Excel. So there's an Excel file I sent you. It's about probably 10, maybe 15 pages in there of all stuff,
Yeah,
mainly pictures and stuff. It's probably about 6 months ago now. It's a while ago. Let's see if I can find it. I can send it to you again, but just resend it.
because I have. That was like in September.
Yeah, it could be around September. Was there an Excel attachment?
Yeah, here's a Moffat screenshot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I do have some Excel stuff from you.
Yeah, if you open up that Excel, I can't really remember exactly what's in there, but there's important stuff in there. I wouldn't send it otherwise, you know what I mean? But you've seen the photograph, the picture of Suzanne's, her last proof of life.
Let's see. Is that the title on it?
Have you 1 second. Just let me see if I can send it to you again here. Might have a handy.
Yeah, we looked at that picture because we were looking at like the anomalies, like the pixelation.
No, yeah, but did you see on her forehead? Did you see the picture of on her forehead?
Okay, so I think I have the picture right here. Yeah, on the forehead.
So at first I actually thought that this was.
Yeah, it's like a reflection of Barry.
Yeah, but I thought it was perspiration on her forehead, right? That's what I thought it was. And I looked into it a lot and I couldn't get my head around it. And then I realized, like, I had an old laptop here, and a Dell one, and it had a glass screen. Like this one has a soft screen, you know what I mean? And but my old one.
Can I share this with the chat?
Yeah,
do you mind?
Yeah. Oh no, I don't mind. You can share anything I send you, anything at all. Okay.
That way they'll know what we're talking about.
So I'm gonna just mute this so I can see it as well.
Okay, so this is what Martin's talking about, y'all. Okay, so right here.
Yes. Okay.
So we're looking at, there's a face right here that, looks like Barry to me.
Yeah. Now, I've better ones than that now. But you can see below that yellow ring, you see kind of a circle. Look, some people said it was like a love heart below it. Below the ring, just below that yellow ring.
Yes.
On the right-hand side.
Yes.
That's his finger, and that's his fingernail. He's holding a phone, and he's taking a photograph of Suzanne on the computer. You with me?
His
you get me?
finger and his fingernail.
That's his finger and his fingernail. It looks like a love heart, nearly. But I don't know if I sent you any more pictures of it as
Yeah, I
I've
don't.
described.
I see this.
Yes, that's it. That's it there. That's it. That's the fingernail, right?
Here.
That's his fingernail. Now, I have actually a picture of one of his fingers from the exhibits, and
Yeah.
I cropped it and I put it on. Now you will also see that there's 3
Oh,
or
I
4
see it
phones.
now.
You
Right
see the
here.
phones?
You're talking about right here is his fingernail. Above
Yes,
her
that's the
eyebrow.
fingernail. That's it. That's the fingernail. So he's holding the phone,
wow.
and you can see probably 3 or 4 phones in front of you, right? And
Yeah.
that's because on the screen that he had, you got multiple layers of glass, and if you're at a slight angle to the screen, it gives you more than one copies of your phone. So he's holding his phone up there, right, like you would, and it's in portrait. You with me?
Yes. Yes.
And he's put it up to the screen and took a photograph of Suzanne, of the full picture that we see of Suzanne. But now this is a blown up part, right? So it captured his own image, like you would do if you looked in at a glass
That's
door.
wild. That's wild.
If you cut your image in a glass door, or if you cut on my TV, I have pictures. I've done it on my TV. Now I can do it all day long while the TV is off, or if I put a black background on my TV, I can get photographs of myself, right?
Yes.
But not with the picture on there. And the reason is because you need a glass screen. So Barry's computer or his monitor that he had must have been like an old one, like I had a Dell. And the problem was I would take photographs and I'd put them on Twitter or whatever. And next thing I'd see when I wouldn't see it when I'd see it on my phone, but when I sent it to Twitter, it would come up on the screen. And actually, got to see my hand and the phone. You with me?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I never remember catching my own image in there. But this is what you see. He's took a photograph of Suzanne, and what you're seeing there is a blown version of it. But if you can, in that folder I sent you, there's probably smaller pictures of that, of the last proof of life, is there? In different pages, if you go through the file.
Yeah, I'll have to look through it and find it.
But if you see, you know the one that they.
Sorry, I lost you, Martin. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, it disconnected for a second, but I can hear you now. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can find the other pictures. Because there's only one in that email.
But if you open up the Excel, I'm sure there's pages and pages in there. I'll open up on my end and see what you have.
Okay, so here's the whole proof of life picture. Is that what you want to look at? Of her sunbathing.
Yes.
Okay, there it is.
And you're good at this. That's why I wanted to send it. Has it come up yet?
Yeah, when we talked about this picture before, I was just blown away by the how much manipulation was on this picture. Well,
there's a bit, right? But there's not as much as what I thought, because when I put this on my TV, so it comes up really big. Do you know what I mean? And the clarity kind of changes a bit. So it is a little bit better. But yes, there is manipulation around her lip, bottom lip. It looks like
Yeah, the
yeah,
bottom lip is
yeah. And then on the right, on you, as you look at her face on the right, there's like it's like a scarring or something like that, just below her cheek.
yeah.
Just there, you know, it looks like it was covered up with something just to the right,
Yes.
and her mouth is kind of stretched a bit or something. It looks weird, but and then her eyes, both of her eyes are kind of like they're. It's kind of like there's a cover's gone over them, but now I know what that is. This is the
What
bloody
is?
photograph. This is the photograph that Barry took. It's the
Because he was
reflection of it.
piecing. Because he was piecing the picture together.
No. He all he done was remove the background, let's say, and maybe done the bit by her teeth or something like that, you know. But
I
I'd
don't
say all he
think
done
I
was
disagree. I think he patched that
hold on.
picture up. You see right
Probably
here, if you look at her right eyebrow, your right
yes,
side, her left eyebrow, but as you're looking at the screen,
yes.
do you see where she's got a nice line and then it like jumps up and finishes? That's just
But
a
this is
crappy Photoshop.
listen to
That's
me,
just
Jules. It's not. This is the photograph that he's taken. That you have the circle around his face. The rest of the photograph is in there, over her eye. But it's only like it's like a filter. Do you understand me? It's like do you know the way you can?
so you think that's reflection that is making it
Yes,
look
yes,
distorted.
yes. On
Hmm.
that particular on the right hand side, and I look, I've studied this a lot, and an awful lot, because how I actually came to find the image of Barry was looking at this picture and saying, why is this picture so poor? Do you know what I mean? This was taken with her own phone, and she took the one, you know, the one where she has her hand up, her fist up to her head. That was
Yeah.
taken a month previous to that, you know, or 20 days before that.
Yeah.
So why is the one that she has the fist up to her head perfect picture, and this one isn't? Because this picture was taken somewhere else. This was taken in a resort and was in her photographs, and he's just removed the resort from the background, like you could do or I can do. You know, he's just cropped
Yes.
it, removed the background, and he's done something with like it's this. I think all these things could be just to do with the reflection. He might put a bit of a filter over it, but he didn't see the picture of himself. The reason
No.
he didn't see the picture of himself is because he's looking at his phone. I'm looking at a laptop, so I can zoom in
Yeah,
on a big picture.
But to
But when I done the one of myself,
to be fair, I've looked at this picture 100 times and never saw it. And then as soon as you
no,
point it out, then that's all you can see. Then it's like, of course you
as
can
I
see it.
said, once
But
you
I
it, you
did
can't
not see it
unsee it.
until you told me. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's amazing.
I'm sitting here one day, Jules, right, looking at I was doing the one we spoke about before, where I was looking at the changes in her face and all this,
Yeah.
and it's very odd. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I'm kind of working on it, you know what I mean? And then it's sitting in front of me, and I was kind of looking at her eyes, you know what I mean, to see if there's any reflection. And the next thing I see this thing, I said, "Oh my God! Oh
Yeah.
my
The whole
God!"
thing is a reflection. Yeah.
And I zoomed in, and then I went and I downloaded a new picture just in case there was any contamination or anything. I downloaded a new picture from the what's it called? Oh, the people's exhibits, and then I've changed the color in it so that she's in black and white, and he comes out really clear in the black and white. and then I've changed it to different, just different filters, and I've put them all on the same page. I don't know if I sent that to you. There's a load of small pictures, and
No, I
all
I don't have that.
I will send that to you as well. But
Yeah, I would love to have that.
But you see them all these different colors, and each one is showing something different. So one you might see his ear, not very clear. So when you look at that picture, his head is slightly turned to the looking to the left of the screen, right?
That's right. Yes.
Slightly. So you can see
Yes.
his right ear as we're looking at it, which is his left ear. But and then the phone, if you look at the phone there, there's 3 or 4 phones at least, and what they are is they're like steps. It's like you've got one, and then you've got another one behind it, another one behind it, and they're all just like, it's like looking at pages of a book that are slightly open. You know what I mean? Do you understand me? Or 3 cards.
Yeah.
If you had 3 playing cards,
Yeah.
and you held them in your hand, and they're slightly just showing a little corner more of each one. That's what you see there. Where the bottom of that yellow oval is where the phones are. You can actually see the camera on the phone to the right, of the above her eyebrow. You see the little dots, the black dots. That's the camera of.
Is this the camera right here?
I want to see your. I want to see your arrow.
You see the black. You can't see my cursor.
No, I can. I can now. Yeah. So
that's black rectangle.
No. Oh, that's that. I believe that's the actual phone. That's
what
phone.
I think. It looks
Tiny.
like a phone to me.
Yeah,
you can even see the camera opening.
So that is the phone, right? But then you have here up front here, you have the phone again, right here, closer to the screen, basically, right?
So it's bigger.
No, you've got basically what you've got here, right? You've got the phone is outstretched hand, right? So you have this, and then what you have then on his face is the shadow of the phone. Do you know what I mean? His hand is outstretched, and you can see his finger.
I see. Yeah, so you can see both of his eyes. His head's turned slightly, and the phone is actually almost right square beneath his right eye. Or his left
eye, yeah. It's rectangular. But that, I believe that is just the shadow of his phone. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Just, you with me? You with me? Because I could, I
I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to do some experimenting. I'm going to have to do some experimenting.
That's why I sent it to you, Jules, because I know you would do the experimenting. But I'm going to save you a lot of trouble. I'm going to save you a lot of trouble because I spent months on this.
I see this. I can see this because the camera would have been what would have picked up the.
I'm gonna just send you. I'm gonna send you a picture here now. 1 second. I'll send you a picture that I have, which will explain.
You know what it would have been, Martin. He would have held the phone up for the picture. The phone is black, right? He would have held that up, and it would be the computer's camera that would have picked up the reflection and put it on her face.
No.
Is that right?
No. So you could do this now.
I'm doing this backwards in my head. Yeah.
You can go to what time is it there now? It's nighttime anyway. So you can go to a window in your house.
Yes.
And you can go up and take a photograph of yourself holding the camera out in front of you.
Yeah.
And then what you see is basically what we're seeing here.
It makes a mirror. The window would make a mirror.
So basically, there's nothing on Suzanne's forehead, right?
No. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
But he took the picture off of a computer screen.
Yes.
He's looking at a computer screen and he's holding his phone up in front of the screen, taking the picture.
Exactly, and it's the picture that we all see of her, right? But now you have to think about it, right? When he looks at the picture on his phone, it doesn't. It's not it's not you wouldn't see it.
That's
You
right.
wouldn't see his image on it because it's small.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I was saying to myself, but why didn't he
He
just?
wouldn't
Why
see
didn't he
it
just?
though, because he would never be expecting that, Martin.
Oh, no, not only that, Jules, but he's done this. Isn't this God telling us?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? This is a message from heaven. I swear to God. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, this is really something else. It's really amazing.
And first, you say, I thought it was because I've seen this before as well. Models, you see models sometimes, and you can see shapes of people's they're like a silhouette on their foreheads, and it's the sweat. And I was thinking to myself, oh, maybe when she was bammed, blah 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 blah, and she was sweating and blah blah. But then I'm saying, no, why would he remove the background?
Yeah.
The only reason he would remove the background is because the picture wasn't from Puma Pat. It was from her photographs, Instagram or
From the
whatever.
vacation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was more.
So I did. So I will tell you this. I did do one at one morning. I did play with this. Good. Because I kept looking at it and I kept saying, okay, can we really remove the background with the hair? Yeah. Like with the hair like it is. Yes. And so where I was at, which incidentally I was in Colorado, and the sun was coming up behind me. I was sitting in front of a window. The sun was coming up behind me, and I took photographs of myself, seeing if I could get this picture with the light from the sun being so bright that you couldn't see the trees and stuff. Does that make sense? It was impossible. You could not do it. This picture is absolutely had the background removed. But I'll send you the pictures that I took, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is not a light anomaly. Someone removed the background. Yep.
I'm gonna send you a little picture now if I can.
100%.
But
man, I am amazed. 100%.
Look, I'm amazed myself, and I bloody found it. And I'm amazed by it.
I mean, it's a gift, just like you said. It's divine intervention.
This is a gift from heaven. Oh, 100%. And what you look for, he was so clever.
That is him.
No evidence.
That is his 100%. Face.
But look, and listen to me now, Jules. That photograph I sent you there now is nothing compared to what I have now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's only a screenshot, you see, because all we can get is we can only get a screenshot of the photograph in the people's exhibits, right?
Yeah.
So if you went to the people's exhibits and you take a copy of that picture and then you crop it, I crop it just above the eye, so I have the eyebrow, and I crop it to that size, and I can see the phones. I can see a couple of bottles. So there's obviously some bottles near him on the shelf or something. To the right hand side of his on left, as we see, looking at the picture. So those bottles are on the shelf. It looks like there's a bottle standing in front of him as well. It's just like a beer bottle or something like that. But you can't really see them here on that picture. I'm going to send you another picture now in a minute.
Okay.
As I'm rooting as we're talking. I'm rooting around because I have so many files.
I mean, it is just so unbelievable.
So he done this. He would have done this on Friday night. He had access to the computer. He had access to all everything she had on Friday night.
Yes.
We know he changed the passwords on the Friday night, and he she was he ejected her with BAM around 12 o'clock. I believe. 12 o'clock, around noon time, just before noon. He injected her on Friday with the balm. And then he manipulated this picture, and then he just saved it on her phone, and he sent it then while he was getting the Bobcat blade done. He was texting Jeff when he was in the truck, because most of those calls are all in those 7 minutes.
But that is so sinister, Martin.
Oh, 100%. There was planning. There was 100% there was planning. If things, I remember actually. Now, I don't want to start sounding like one of these, what I'm going to say, right? Somebody said that there was a conversation with Barry and Suzanne, and if things were going to go okay, that's fine. But if things didn't, he had already planned, and I believe he'd already planned. This was planned if it didn't go his way, if she wasn't going to. But I
know who said that. I know who said that.
Yeah,
I won't say it, but I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
And she knows too. Okay. If she's listening to us, and I have great hope for her, but I'm just not going to mention her name. But the thing is, if she had agreed to something, do you know what I mean? And it was, but what happened was she didn't give him a way out. That's the way I look at it. She sent him the list, and then he panicked. And
yeah, the list agreement says he.
Can you imagine? He had no
saw
idea.
that, and he said, "I'm gonna." Yeah, man.
But he had no idea.
She probably
knew this stuff. You know what I mean?
Probably thought that list of grievances would keep her safe.
Yes, but
and instead he got scared and did what he does. He kills things.
And so I think Suzanne was fairly ballsy doing that. You know what I mean? And I think she was ballsy before, maybe on the Wednesday, and but she put a lot of stuff from the Wednesday into that list of grievances, you know. And I don't even like calling it the list of grievances, because John Grusing says that the big argument was on the Wednesday, not the Friday. He said this about 3 or 4 times to Barry. And then Barry was saying, oh yeah, maybe I got it wrong. And I'm saying to myself, I'm screaming at the screen. I'm reading the AA. I'm saying, you idiot. You know, but the thing is, I learned so much from the Bobcat data, because we didn't have any data for the truck for Friday. All we had was 1 minute and 15 seconds. And that was, I think, just because what happened was, I think Barry used her phone, and he went in to retrieve her phone from the truck, and whatever happened, it set off the whatever he had switched off. He had a toggle or something in his truck, and whatever he was doing, all of a sudden the telematics came on, and then he moved the truck, reversed it, turned it around or whatever, and then he made a call from to Crib, and then immediately Crib, the guy who changed the blade,
okay.
Justin Cribardi, and basically immediately after that call, he gets a call from Suzanne, right? Mm-hmm. And then, which only lasted like 2 seconds, and then next thing he calls then Mike Coleman, and then somebody else, and then he calls Suzanne. And I asked AI, what would the odds be?
Yeah.
It was like 10 million to 1 or something to get that call from
Yeah.
Suzanne with all, do you know what I mean? While he was just opened the door of his truck and he's making a call to Crib. And then the next call is a call from Suzanne. And then he called Suzanne. Do you know what I mean? He had her phone on the Friday. There's 2 calls made from Suzanne's phone to Barry's phone. And
But
that was the first one on Friday at when Barry went back to work, basically, when he arrived at the beach site. And then the next one was when he finished for the beach site. And then there was another call then that Barry made to Suzanne that lasted 76 seconds. And I know how that happened, because Barry actually did go to the pizza. Not with Suzanne. Barry drove her truck, her Range Rover, on Friday night down to the pizza and came back, just down to the pizza and back, basically. Not much more than that. But on the way down, he left her phone somewhere along the way, near the Shell station, I think, along that bit of road on the 50. And he called her phone, and then he went and picked up her phone after he called it. You know what I mean? He stayed on the phone for 76 seconds and then and made it look as if her phone and his phone were, she was going one way and he was going another way on the 50.
yeah.
But you know what?
But then you know what? That you think about how calculating he would have to be to do that. But then he does that dumbass move where he takes the hat and he goes into the store and he says, "Oh, she's wearing turquoise, Viking hat and shirt." And then he goes a few days later and drops the hat in the trash can, or not in the trash can, but on the side of the road. That was so clumsy. That was so. If he's been so calculating beforehand, why that clumsy oversight of the clothing?
I think he was startled. And when Barry is startled, or when he's confronted, he kind of stutters and he's he's lying straight away. Everything's a lie. Animals, he'd be normally saying like chipmunks or bears or whatever.
Yeah, chipmunks is crazy.
Elk, whatever it is, they asked him what he was doing down by the river Friday night when the Facebook calls was going through.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh yeah, I get critters go around the house all the time. A bear went in and destroyed my garage and blah blah blah." And then it's when he's caught on the hop, and that's when he was caught on the hop of the Saturday. What was he doing running around the house? And like he was up to no good no matter what he was doing around on the Friday, because
if he had just shut up, if he had not said anything about the stupid chipmunks, then they could have explained that away with the cellular drift, right? That he wasn't running. He wasn't running through walls.
No, but also at that time, you have phone calls that are going on.
Yeah.
You see, there's a big difference between the phone calls that are in the call log. So you've got the call log in if you go into the preliminary exhibits X rest, and you look at all the data. Do you know all the telematics and all that data?
Yes.
Right. When you look at the call logs should all be 6 hours difference, right? Because I'm in GMT, right? I'm in UCT time, right? UTC, and so I understand this quite well because I'd be talking to Kurt, I'm talking to you, and I'd have to make arrangements of what time, you know what I mean? So I'm well aware of it, but I think a lot of the law enforcement in the AA, you see them saying Mountain Standard Time. It's in the you also see it in the transcripts. They're calling it Mountain Standard Time when it's Mountain Daylight Time. So it's a big difference. It's an hour the difference.
Yes.
But when you look at the phone call logs, and then you look, we've only got 3 pages of extractions, which is 36 extractions. Out of that 36, 24 of them are calls. And the other 12 are missed calls, or deleted calls, deleted calls. And the deleted calls are okay. They all match. But the other ones,
Oh, wow.
they're all over the place. Some of them are 7 hours, and some of them are 6 hours difference. So
Wow.
the data is crazy. Now, I'd say they're going to have to go through all the data again, the phone data, because it matters a lot. When you look at, so all deleted calls are quite good because the calls that Barry made on the Friday all were deleted. That tells you something as well.
Yeah.
All the calls on the Friday.
Why
would he
frame
be
of
deleting
mind?
calls?
Yeah,
Why would
his
he
frame of
delete
mind,
calls?
he was messed up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So he deleted all those calls and texts on the Friday. He also deleted the ones on the Wednesday as well, and the suicide ones, but they found them. But the God, I could talk about this all week.
Let me ask you another question.
Go on, you ask me. That's it.
So after midnight,
Yes.
do you believe he made a trip to Saguache?
No.
Or you think the transfer to Saguache came maybe even months later?
Months later, yeah, months later.
So that's what you think. You think that she was buried somewhere near the home.
I think she could have been in storage. Do you know what I mean? Like Barry had one of these a trailer, right, where he store all his tools in and whatever, you know.
Yeah.
And he had it down Tailwinds. And there's another thing as well. On the Friday, when he comes back after doing what he did to Suzanne, right, at noon, when he arrives back just around 1 o'clock, right, and just before 1, about 3 minutes before 1, and he pulls up by his site in Tailwinds, well, near Tailwinds. It's Curie Way, I think it is. It's something like that, Quary. I have the address anyway, but there's no house built there. Even now, all those houses are built, but there's no house built. I know who lives there and all that, but there's a bit of wasteland there as well. And I'm just wondering, he knew that place at Tailwinds more so than the beach site. Now, the other thing is, he could have put her somewhere somewhere else. Like, do you know what I mean?
Okay, let me interrupt you. Are you trying to say Ouray? Ouray?
I think it's Q. Maybe it is Ouray.
So Ouray is very remote. It's very beautiful. It's very remote and it's really high elevation.
No. This is right beside Tailwinds. And it's Q.
I don't know then.
It's QUARY, I think it is. Let me look up a map and I'll find it 1 second. It's hopefully my map will open up nice and quickly.
I'm not familiar with that.
Do you know what Tailwinds is? Anytime Fitness?
Yes. Oh, so
Hopefully I don't lose you here now. But you have it?
say that again. You cut out really bad.
I could actually give you the address, actually,
Yeah.
when I'm thinking about it. I have it on my second. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
No.
you're back now,
I
but
think
I
this is
lost you.
second
You were
class.
coming in and out, and I didn't hear a
Right.
single word you said.
No, do you know what it was? When I went into my Google Earth, yeah, my whole computer just like slows down now because I must have a million points on my map, all to do with Suzanne.
So what's the location called?
I gotta give it to you now. The address, actually, I'll give you the address.
Okay.
1 second now. This way. Okay. Oh, that's not it. Yeah. Okay. It's 1108 East Quoray Avenue, Salida, Colorado 81242. And that's where that's where he went to when he you got that?
And you think that's where he had a storage area?
He had this trailer.
Yeah.
A friend of his, I think, used to sell them. He lived in Fiat in near St. Louis, and I think there was another one on the site or in Puma Path in the woods, an old one as well that was there, an old trailer. It was kind of broken up and laid on the ground. I was in there, and I was thinking that could be where he hid the body first, but probably did hide the body there on the Friday.
What do you think about that fire that was
No,
near to the house?
Yeah,
No, it happened beforehand.
Just a coincidence. It was that was on the fort, and
Yes.
no,
Okay.
I don't believe it had anything to do with it. But there's do you remember the time when Barry was erecting up a gate?
Yes.
With right,
Yep.
good girl. Right, so that gate is a back door into Puma Path, and he erected that gate a couple of months after, maybe 6 months or something like that, 5 or 6 months after
Yeah.
Suzanne disappeared. And you could drive in that way. Well, Barry could because he'd a 4x4, you know what I mean? But he could have drove in, and there's a little bridge over the Arkansas. So it's
Yeah.
if you know where I'm not going to open my map now because it'll only cut us off. But
Yeah, I know the area.
you know the area. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
just it's after the RV park and just close to where Ritter's is on the left hand side. You see that it's called oh gosh, where's my head gone? something estates or something. Not Puma, no, something else. But that was the old Puma path. So that obviously must have joined up a Puma path at some stage, because on certain maps, I think it was on one of the maps I used, and it would bring me that way to Puma path. Would you believe? So that must have been that one on an old map. That must have been where it was. But basically, you go down and you do a zigzag, but it knocks about 0.7 of a mile off the journey. And I was thinking he may have gone that way on the Friday, because he would have come up through the woods. You know what I mean? And she wouldn't have. She probably, if she was at the house, she may have heard the truck going past the house up the 50. You know, because it had a distinctive loud exhaust or whatever like that. But I was thinking maybe he drove up that way, because he didn't bring the trailer or the bobcat. He just went in the truck. And
it's a little. It's I don't know. I don't know if you. I don't think you would hear the truck. The river makes a lot of noise. Like you can hear the river from their house. Yeah.
Yeah. I would agree with that. But when you turn onto the 225 and head up towards Puma Path, that's all up, kind of open there. Do you know what I mean? You're on the other side of the river. I mean,
yeah, depending on what it could be. Yeah, it could be open depending on what time of year. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I was just thinking that.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit. It's actually a little bit deceiving. It's quite a bit of a drive to the house, but if you're just standing on the highway looking toward the house at as the crow would fly, it looks pretty close. But then when you're actually driving it weaves, like the road weaves through the woods.
Yes.
Right. So.
Oh no!
So I'm not sure you would really.
I've mapped it.
Oh,
I map everything.
Yeah, I know you know every part of it.
I know, and I map everything, so I know the mileage. I have the mileage. It's written down somewhere here, but I think if you go from the road, it's about 1.9 miles, and if you go the other way, I think you save yourself. It's 1.2 then. I think it is the other way. The shortcut.
That's
basically
wild. Yeah, I didn't know. That's crazy. But I remember the whole gate building thing because of the whole digger, right? How fast it was digging these deep holes. Yeah.
100%. Yeah. So,
but I just think, one of the things that stands out to me is when they found her, the clothes that were with her had no decomposition on them at all. So it seems when they found her body, it was a contrived burial site.
Yeah.
It was she would have had to been someplace that was accessible to him.
Yeah. And you think he had a property down Tailwinds. Do you know what I mean? And when he was working there, when this happened, that property might have been just a shell. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's no lease for that. I think that was just a deal that was done with DSI.
Yeah.
Because we could find no receipts or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? That Barry was actually, we know he was there because we know when Lauren went there and Macy attacked Lauren that time.
Yes.
And
did y'all talk about the possibility of Shoshona and the fact that she's a hunter and an outdoors person, and she may have had access to a deer lease? Something. Do you know what?
From early on, I thought Shosha had something to do with this, but apart from probably just having an affair with Barry, I don't believe so. I don't think he would
Okay.
trusted anyone. I don't think he trusted anybody. I'd say nobody knew the whereabouts of Suzanne's body. I believe that because you're going to be blackmailed for all your money if you did. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and he doesn't love anything as much as he loves his money. That is for sure.
Yeah.
But what? When would he have? I know y'all talked about this. When would he have moved her? Because the
I think he
cops were breathing down his throat, like they were watching every move he was making, and Kurt was watching every move he was making. So when would he have even found? You think he did it like just on his way to Arizona? It was a pit stop. Like, how do you think it played out?
I've no idea.
I mean, he really wanted
plenty
to. He really wanted to stay up there when he was out on bail. Remember that?
I sent you a map, didn't I, of Moffat with loads of pins in it today.
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't show that now. I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
I wouldn't show it, just because there's people's names on those pins. But
Yes.
Jules, the amount of people, all those pins of connections with Salida.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I see one name here that I know.
with
Hmm.
yes, Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's only 4 miles as the crow flies, and that's all hunting area. Barry hunted in this area, and they hunted
Yeah,
in
it's
that.
elk, right?
Elk, yeah. So that's what Kurt was on about. The in the safe there was these GPS Garmin
Yes.
hunting devices that they were all worked as phones and everything. Kurt says they're like gold dust. They should be giving them to forensics to see what's on them.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Where, because he's probably been hunting that field where she was, where so there's a lot there. Jules, there's so much in this case. There was another thing that Kurt said to me. He found out that you know the cooler and the blanket.
Yes.
And there was also like either a raincoat or something blue,
Yeah.
like a tarp that was found in Sand Creek Park in Aurora.
Yeah.
Well, I worked out. Somebody asked me, would it be possible for Barry to leave Puma Pad and get to Broomfield, but go take a detour and pass by? And I worked out you could. And it worked out, the mileage worked out spot on. And
Really?
100%, yeah, 100%. And the first time I done it, I couldn't do it. And then one day I was looking at my map, like I was looking at Suzanne's face there, and I seen the Ann Schultz Cancer Hospital there in Aurora, and I was thinking about that Sand Creek Park, and I was saying to myself, I wonder. And I got into Bing Maps or Google Maps or whatever maps it was at the time, and I went 285 all the way, basically all the way that I could. Took the 285 right into Aurora and up onto Peoria Street, and right there on the bridge where the cooler was found with the blanket, right there.
Oh,
And
wow.
then I went from there to the hotel, and I had a mile to spare. And then next thing, I was told anyway that no, they they knew he didn't go that way. And so I said, okay. So, but I couldn't leave it go because it's a bit like the photographs and stuff like that. When you look at them, you say, no, that is 100% Barry in that photograph.
Yeah.
I mean, you just cannot let that go. So you go back and you're working. You might leave it for a week or 2 weeks or whatever, and then you come back on it and you do something else. And it was a bit like that with this, with the cooler. So I was going through the locations of Barry's phone, and there's about 20 locations on his phone that were in his truck, and there's a location in Thornton.
In Thornton.
It's on near Commerce, Commerce City, is it? Or
Yeah, I don't know much about.
Well, it's just north of. It's south of Broomfield and north of Aurora, basically. So, but basically, it's in the same kind of area, but a little bit further on than where Sand Creek Park was. And I was looking at one of these locations, and I got out and I walked around on Google Streets, and right where that pin was, there's a place called Burlington Ditch, and it's a little like a canal.
Yeah.
And I was looking at it, and I'm saying, I wonder where that goes. And I looked at it, followed the Burlington Ditch, runs into Sand Creek River. Runs into Sand Creek River, and then down to Sand Creek Park. Would you believe it?
No, that's incredible.
And the mileage is spot on again to get him to the hotel in the 180 miles.
You know, that's really notable that your mileage is so close with such a complicated path, right?
Well, the only thing is I did have help in a way, because the odometer reading when he arrives at Broomfield was just on the 25, I think it's called. I can't get onto my maps now. But I think it's the 25.
It is.
Before he comes to the RTL bus stop. So I knew he came in that direction. And this location is just about 7-10 miles before that. It's not really far out of his way, but he probably knew this area because there was a place that sold bobcats there, right by where.
Yeah.
I just said, he probably went to this place before, looking for a hired bobcat or whatever like that. Maybe when he was doing the wall previously. Yeah. And and he probably turned around where that dike was, and it's an ideal place to pull in. It's in an industrial area. It's on a Sunday morning, nobody around.
Yeah.
Throw the cooler in there, maybe with a block inside it or something like that. But there was a blanket in there, and there was the that raincoat or tarp or whatever it was. But coolers don't sink because they're full of polystyrene. Do you know what I mean? For insulation. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Even if it was full of water, it would still float. Do you know what I mean? Even if it had concrete blocks in it, it would still float. And so, yeah, and that's how the cooler got from. He didn't go to Sand Creek Park. He went to that. Do you want me to give you the address?
Yes, I'll put it in my maps right now.
All right, 1 second now. Let's get the address. So the address is locations. 1 second now. Locations. Phone locations. Okay. So it's I'll give you the GPS coordinates, or do you want the address?
No, I'd rather have the address.
All right, Alton Street, Alton Street. Sugar. I'm gonna have to. I have just Alton Street. It's 14 miles east of the hotel. It says, but I want to give you the. I want to give you the or maybe you not.
This may be it right here.
So I think it's on Highway 72 or
yeah,
something
this
like
is it. Yeah, I've got it. This is
it on
it because it's it's near Brook. Yeah, I've got it. Yep.
You see the Bobcat place there, but you will also see the place called Burlington Burlington
Coke
Dyke.
Factory. Yeah.
You see the dike that runs at the back of it? I can't put my maps up here, see.
Yeah. So,
can you share that?
Thinking,
or not? Is it awkward for you to share that so we can see it?
Yeah, let me make sure I don't have anything showing that I need to have
that's
private.
That's what I'd be thinking all the time. So I had so many people's names. You know what I mean?
Okay, let me show you what I've got, and then you tell me if this is the location that.
Yeah.
Okay, is that the area you're talking about, the reservoir?
1 second. I'm just the reservoir is near us. I'm just looking. It's not come up yet. 1 second. Have you shared it? Yeah.
You should see it. Let me look. Yeah, it's showing.
Don't I see that? I don't see it, mine.
So
I'm looking at and oh yeah, there it is. It's there now. Okay, full screen. So
I lost my pathway.
Yeah,
I lost. This is
it's on the
Alton
other side
Street.
of the reservoir. Yes, Alton Street. Well, Alton Street, and is it the 72 or something like that? Is it? No, it's further to the left. It's to the right of the reservoir.
72 South Alton Street, right there. Okay, is that it right there? Okay, let me go back. Let me put a destination in there.
Oh no, sorry. Okay. 72 is the street. Sorry, 72 is the other street, I think. So it's just Alton Street.
Okay, that's 72 South Alton Street right here by Mississippi and South Alton. There's a Costco. You see it?
I'm watching it like everyone else is here now, a few seconds behind.
Right here.
Yeah. But you should be able to see Burlington Dyke or Ditch. Burlington Ditch. And there's a big company there. They're like the water treatment or something like that. Right.
Okay, so there's the dam right there.
So Alton Street is where the Bobcat is for sale. There's a place there that sells Bobcats, right? And the street that Alton Street, you have to turn into Alton Street, is where the canal is, or the ditch.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm going to send you the
Because that's
coordinates.
so this is the dam here, but Alton is a little bit this direction. It's pretty far.
See, Alton Street could be on both sides. It might be a crossroad. I think. No, it's not. I don't think it is.
Alton is like it like circles around. So
What is
South
it?
Alton
Okay.
and Mississippi go here, and then you head south. That is Alton, and then it goes to Florida. So Alton is really only just this little dog leg right here. So I don't know what would.
All right, I'm gonna send you the coordinates. 1 second. I'm just gonna copy them and
Yeah,
email them
because
to you.
this isn't helping.
Okay, 1 second.
Well, there's Windsor Lake. Maybe that's where it's. That looks like. Oh, I guess that's probably a hotel, maybe.
Email.
Okay, so that is Alton right there. There's nothing there. There's a bunch of storage buildings. Tech specialist.
Okay, I've just sent it, the coordinates there. Email.
Okay, because that I don't think this is what you're looking for.
No, it's. See, I mainly work off coordinates. So you just copy and paste that into your Google. I hope we're not boring everyone here. Are we? Haven't you looked at the chat?
Let's see. Oh, my computer's slow. Come on. Oh wait, where did you send the coordinates?
To Fools.
Fools and
Yeah.
Sages.
Your name.
I don't see it. It hadn't come in yet.
Should be. Well, I am 4,000 miles away.
Oh.
4,500 miles away.
Oh, right.
And that's just that's 4,500 miles to Salida.
Okay, so why am I not getting your email? No, I am not getting your email.
Let me just check the sent it.
That's very strange.
Sent items. Yeah, sent 4:50. 2 minutes ago. Oh, it's maybe it's
yeah, I'm not getting it.
Well, it's under Jules Mac. It says here, right? But I thought it was on the other one, but whatever happened, it must have come up. Both of them must have come up. I'll try the other one again, will I?
Okay, hold on. I'll just send an email to you. Hold on.
Okay, and I'll copy and paste back.
Okay, you should get it.
Okay. All right, that's it. reply. Okay, you should have it now.
Yep.
You get it?
Video. I got
Yeah.
it. Yep.
So you can actually, from that coordinate now, you will see you're about maybe 100 yards away from the canal, but you can
Okay.
follow that canal then all the way to Sand Creek Park, and it's all downriver. Do you know what I mean? It flows north to south.
Okay, let's see. This is definitely not it because this is in Mexico. Why did I? Hold on. Yeah, it gave me a location in Mexico, but I may have accidentally put something wrong in there. So let me double check it. Okay, now I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me share this. And okay, so tell me now what we're looking at.
Well, it hasn't come up, it hasn't changed yet. It will in a few seconds. Let's see it.
Okay.
I'm still looking at the other map. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Now, zoom in a bit. Oh, so I can zoom in here myself a bit. So, yeah. So if you go onto Google, put that dot in the middle of your map so I can just see a bit more. I presume I'm looking north here. Am I north? North south, yeah. So you should be to the right, Jules.
Move to the right.
Yeah, 94th Avenue, is it? Or 96th Avenue? I can't see what it is. Along 96th.
Do you want me to move out a little bit?
No, just move your map to the left. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
So I can, if you slide your map over to the left a bit. So what that red dot is at the minute, right? In front of you is where the Bobcat place was. All those buildings there. There's a bluish type of rectangular building. I think that was where the Bobcat place was selling or hiring Bobcats or whatever. But you want to go
Okay, you said
two blocks to the right.
Okay, so where the red dot is, go 2 blocks to the right.
On that same street, which is it East 96th Avenue or something like that, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't zoom in that much.
Yeah, 96th Avenue.
Yeah. And you see that? Oh, you passed it, I'd say. The little canal.
Yeah.
You see the little canal? It's called Burlington Ditch. Oops, go back again.
Is that it right there?
Yeah.
Is this
canal.
This it? Yeah, Burlington Ditch right there.
That's Burlington Ditch. That's it. So if you go on Street View and go down there, and you'll see there's a little runoff. Just click on that Street View where you see Burlington. And we're going to go south. We're going to go south on the ditch from the.
And just keep following it.
Yeah.
Until it gets.
You can keep following it till it hits Sand Creek River. So if you went down Google Map there, a Google Street, and you'd be able to see, you could easily drive down there and throw there's a little driveway down. You can see it, barely see it. Look, it's like a dirt road.
Yeah.
If you went down hit your little yellow man, you could put him there and see it. But anyway, you can follow that dike, that ditch all the way down. You probably zoom out of it, take a bit long because it's about 7 miles. And you see where it joins another river? It joins another river here. And you can see the
what
name
river?
It's called Sand Creek River.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Did I pass it already?
No, not yet. I don't think. I don't think you have. It should tell you on it anyway. It should tell you what the name of the canal is if you zoom into a certain level.
Yeah, I ran it.
Yeah.
I think I lost it. Oh, here it is,
No.
right here. Okay, right here.
You're close to it, I think.
South Platte River.
Yeah, keep
Oh,
going.
there's Sand Creek right there.
That's
There's
it.
Sand
That's
Creek right there.
So that's Sand Creek. It flows into Sand Creek. You see what I mean? That river.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then Sand Creek Park is only about 2 or 3 miles away from there, where you are now.
Yeah.
You know, isn't that amazing?
Wow. And the mileage is good.
Oh, the mileage is perfect. If you do from Puma Path, I could email you all the coordinates to put in, but it brings you right to the hotel for the right mileage. It's 180 miles. It was 180 miles to travel that day. See there, Sand Creek there now.
Crazy. That's
Yeah.
crazy. That is
Of course,
crazy.
we're all thinking that he dumped it there because there was homeless people there and everything, and it
Yeah.
wasn't till that was debunked and everything. And Kurt was only after telling me this year, like, and I was saying, right, and he'd know, like, you know, and so I'm saying, I just can't give up on it, you know what I mean? Because it's the cooler, but it's the blanket. It's the baby blue blanket. It's the same blanket that Macy was wrapped in on Christmas Day. You know what I mean?
Right? I mean, it's
Too
chilling.
Too much of a coincidence. But
It's
now
chilling.
it's just off the route to the hotel. Do you know what I mean? And if you looked at all of the phone locations, there's a lot of them two in Thornton. There's another one then just near the not far from the RTL bus stop area, but it's government buildings where you go to get your if you wanted you had to have a certain pass, whatever like that, to work on a Sunday, you know, where you get your license.
Right. Yes.
County Hall or whatever like that is. Civic building. That was where one of the other locations were. So I'm thinking some of these places were locations he had in his phone where he had to be certain places. And that one, I'm saying he probably had that location in his phone where he was getting stuff for the Bobcat. You know, if he needed it to do that wall job properly, you would need a backhoe. Barry didn't have a backhoe. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we've seen Barry working on that on that wall. Do you know what I mean? From Google Maps. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And he was just using the Bobcat that time. But to put in the foundation, he would have needed a backhoe, and that's probably where he got the backhoe from. It's very close to the wall.
So then what does he do? He takes her here, right? So she's nowhere near when the search is going on. She's nowhere near that.
No. He's just getting rid of the he used the cooler to move her. She was in the cooler on Friday.
So
Bound up in the cooler.
this was just his disposal site for the blanket and stuff.
Yeah, the stuff, probably other stuff that was in the cooler, maybe cloths, bottles of bleach, whatever, empty bottles and stuff like that. Just stuff that was in.
I mean, yeah, they never found the bottles for all the bleach in the hotel room.
So you can imagine that he would have whatever he had. He would have just by Alton Street there. He would have just drove in there by the Burlington ditch, whatever, or dike, whatever it's called, and it's covered. You know what I mean? There's trees around there. Nobody could see you, and he could just throw whatever he wanted in there. Do you know what I mean? Like if I was them, I'd be metal detecting down there, you know, or Magnus fishing down there, because you could probably pull out the recorder for the security system. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because that could be down there. But
where did he put her? That's what I can't get past. Where did he put her that then, 2 years later or a year later, he's able to move her to Saguache? I don't understand that.
Like, it's not, we've seen this loads of times that bodies have been found in lockups, storage places. Yeah? Storage units. And once there's no sign, people don't smell anything or whatever like that, you know what I mean? You could be in a barrel, you could be whatever, do you know? I don't know, but I'm just saying she could have been up the top of a mountain somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Like well, they did say that there was some partial bleaching, which does suggest that she was exposed.
Is that sunlight bleaching or is that chemical bleaching? I'd like to know.
Well, I will be honest. So when I first read that, when they found her, my mind went to she's been laid out somewhere exposed, right?
Yeah.
And to be fair, I can't tell you how many times I have driven through like Bighorn Canyon, all these areas that Barry would have known very well, and look up and say, she could literally be laying right there on one of those exposed rocks and we would never see her. We would not know she was there. She'd be right there, right?
Yeah.
So I did think that maybe he just took her pushed her off the edge, maybe somewhere, and part of her was open to the sunlight. But then I got to remember in the hotel room and the bleach, and I thought maybe it's chemical bleaching. So I don't have an answer for you. I don't know.
The bleach in the hotel would be to get rid of any evidence of his shoes, the shoes he threw away, everything he threw into the trash had to be bleached.
Or to wash off the tools. Yeah, right. I get all that.
And himself. He bleached himself. He was red. His arms were red, raw. He scrubbed himself. Like bleach burns, like, you know what I mean, when you put it on your skin. Like,
sure, it does. Absolutely.
It looks like he washed himself and showered with bleach as well. So he made sure all the clothes, because when he was taking clothes out of, he was bringing them in the room, but when he was taking them out, you could see they were wet in the bag when he was dumping them.
Yeah.
And I'd say he dumped lots of places. They only just got a few of the places, McDonald's, and they got the Men's Warehouse, but I'd say there was a lot more places.
Yeah,
like where he parked at the wall site, the first place he parked at 1205. That's where all their dumpsters were, and they had about 6 or 7 dumpsters there, and they had them all sorted for different, cardboard in one, wood in another one, whatever. Then so he right where he parked, first place he parked was right by the dumpsters, and then. This area, Alton Street, if you go back to Alton Street, right, and you follow Alton Street to the end, there's waste ground up the top of there, and I
did see that.
I sent somebody in there. The person who mentioned to me about the cooler and the blanket, who first found it, said to me, and the person lived not far away, and I asked them, could they just have a look at that if they had any free time? And that person went up there within 10 minutes and was calling me and said, I'm here now, and showed me pictures of all the area. It was waste ground. There were loads of stuff that was just tipped. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah. Is that a
it's
woman? I
a
think I
woman,
know
yeah.
who. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know her. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Huh.
And
It's
so,
wild.
isn't it?
It's wild.
Now, in fairness, you could probably follow Burlington Dyke further up, and it could have been thrown in somewhere else. I didn't actually even think about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Going north. Do you know what I mean? If you go from Alton Street and you follow it north, it could have been somewhere up there. But it just looks a cozy little place.
Yeah.
But you know what the funny thing is? It's like the Arkansas River, the South Arkansas. It runs at the back of Puma Path, right? The bottom of the house runs down to the South Arkansas.
Right.
And where does that South Arkansas run? Only right to the beach site.
Yes. That's
Right
all
down.
Yeah, it's all connected to there.
It runs all the way down through Poncha Springs, across Poncha Lane, where we get the as I said to you, synchronized when it goes the bridge, and then it runs right down through the Rainbow Boulevard, and right down by Kim's Gym, and
Isn't that crazy?
right
So
by the
crazy.
Vineyard Church and Grace Church, right by there, all the way into the Arkansas, and then as it meets the Arkansas, 100, 200, 300 yards down is the beach site.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, and I never twigged. I thought of that, you know, if it was a bit odd, like, but I never thought for 1 minute about being upriver and throwing the stuff in. It's just in my head that all this stuff was found, and it was found in the water. Do you know what I mean? It was found in the river. It was recovered from the river.
Yeah.
But I just didn't, because all the pictures you see of the blanket and the cooler and all those, they're all out of the water. So you're thinking of this is the site where they were found.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until after, and I said, Martin, oh my God.
No, you're right about that, because the amount of like snow runoff, the water the drainage, those canals and ditches they're gonna swell into big giant rivers, and then they're gonna go down to almost a trickle with the seasons. I mean, so that would definitely promote carrying it further downstream.
Like I remember, like as a kid, we lived on a river, a main river in Dublin, and we used to throw stuff in, and it'd be gone. You know what I mean? Like it'd be quicker than walking speed. You know what I mean? You'd just be flying on the river, and but I said to Kurt, I said, I would have thought the Sand Creek was a bit of a slow, meandering type of a river. And he said, no, he says, it's quite deep. He says, it's about 3 foot deep in that area where the park is. And I said, oh, really? Yeah. And he said, yeah, same as what you said. You know, depending on what the snow melts and whatever, you know, it would fly down there. So that could be anywhere along Burlington Ditch, which runs into the Sand Creek Park.
You know? You can look at this. You can look at the map and see that line where the western slope is starting, and all that is runoff. All of those little what look like scraggly little lines, that's water run when the spring melt comes and all the big snow in the mountains is melting. It's all running right straight down toward Denver, Arvada, Broomfield, all of that. All those little waterways are swelling up and becoming deep, fast moving rivers. Yep.
Has anyone any questions in the chat?
But I have another thought too. So
Yeah.
it's always bothered me that Jeff said
Yes.
that when Morgan picked him up that morning, that Barry that he fell asleep and he woke up and Morgan had decided instead of going 285 to Broomfield, she cut over to Colorado Springs.
Yeah, True Springs. Yeah,
which takes
it's out of the way. It's a long way around.
Awfully close to Saguache, right?
To where?
It takes her awfully close to Saguache.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Let's see.
No, it wouldn't go that way.
On. I think it's Highway 50. Is it Highway 50?
No, 100%. I always thought that Barry took Suzanne that Friday night straight to Saguache, and would have to be in her vehicle. And
in hers or in Macy's?
Or sorry, in hers or Macy's, you know what I mean? And but no. And I actually think there is a possibility that there's a possibility that Suzanne went back to Tailwinds with Barry after noon. She was in Tailwinds, not in Pumapat. Do you understand me?
Well, yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. And I think that was the whole point of the photograph, the proof of life photograph, was to make people think
she was
Suzanne is laid out in the sun, but we don't really know what went on. We don't know if he tricked her into going with him in the truck, and then he took her down to Tailwinds and then darted her. We don't really know.
No. I'd say there's no way.
But the dogs didn't pick up any scent of distress around that house.
No, but I tell you, look, you only have to look at the evidence. The bedroom door busted in, right? The scratches on Barry's arms, and the tranquilizer dart, or not dart, but ejection, right? She wasn't shot with no trank. You know what I mean? That was all a fantasy from Grusing and whoever. You know what I mean? There was she was injected to keep her quiet, but I would have said then that she was probably in the cooler, as you know, you could keep her in the cooler alive. Do you know what I mean? And then he had this, as I'm saying, he had this trailer thing down in Tailwinds. What's to say he didn't have another trailer? And then he asked
say that again. What's to say what?
He didn't have another trailer, and then got somebody to move the trailer for him. Parking up somewhere.
And that's what bothers me about Morgan's trip to Colorado Springs. It seems really crazy to go to Colorado Springs. So I don't know if you can see. Let me make sure you can see that. Okay, so you're looking at the map.
So we know.
Here's Crestone. Crestone is directly to the right of Moffett. Here's Moffett, right? So here's Crestone. This is like white sands here. You can't drive through it. So the only way to get to Colorado Springs from Crestone to Moffett is to go back up north to Salida and then down to Texas Creek and then over. or to go ahead and go through Moffett, and then you go down here and cut over. So it's a big
I'm not seeing that,
problem.
Jules. I'm not seeing that on the map.
Oh, you can't
You
see
shared
it?
that. You shared that, yeah.
Yeah, let me reshare it. I mean, I see it up there, but let me remove it and add it back. Hold on. Did that help you? Can you see it now?
Have you a cursor there?
Yeah, hold on. I will. I will show you. Okay, there is Moffett and Crestone. This is Crestone right here. This is Moffett right here. This is Highway 17. This is where Suzanne was found.
Okay.
Okay. You see these mountains here? These are basically impassable because it's deep sand. So there's no like thoroughfare there.
Right.
Okay, now Salida is up at the top. See Maysville and Salida right there on 285, the top middle. See it right here?
I don't see your cursor. I don't see your cursor anywhere. I think let's look at the original. 1 second.
I wonder why you're not able to see the cursor.
I was able to see it earlier on.
Yeah, well, so anyway, if I know it's going to be hard for you to see it on this map being so small.
Yeah. Okay.
But you know, on your own map, you know, pull it up and look at that area.
Yeah,
and
I will do.
Look at the problem. Look at the problem. How foolish. How long it took to go down and then to Colorado Springs and up, compared to just going to Buena Vista and going to Brooksville.
Yeah, no, I definitely get it, and it's one of those things that is, it'd be on your mind. You know what I mean? Why did it go that way?
And here's the watch. The trip to Colorado Springs could have been a cover for going down into Saguache, doing something, and then hopping back up to Salida and then over to Colorado Springs. Could have just been a lie. That Barry is attracting attention himself, and then Morgan was doing something else. And it may have been unwittingly. Morgan may not have she may not have known that she was doing anything strange. Maybe she dropped a trailer. Maybe he said, I need you to drop this down in Canyon City before heading north. Right?
Yeah.
It's just a weird.
If I was to think of anyone done something wrong, it would be Cassidy. And
I don't know.
That he knew about it. I would think that if he was going to ask somebody to do something like that, you know.
Why do you think it would have been Cassidy? Cassidy seems kind of like an airhead. You know what I mean? Kind of.
He served a bit of time in jail. I mean, afterwards.
So all right. Well, I don't know. I think more of what I envisioned was maybe Morgan and Jeff. They didn't know that that's what they were doing. That it seemed like it was just an innocent, hey, this is related to work.
She had a Subaru. I don't even know, did she have a hitch on it? You know what I mean? But I'd be thinking, like, I just can't see Barry, even if there was a possibility that he had a property, say, somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Or
They were
Like,
so mad at her. Do you remember that? Both he and George were
yeah, because
furious with
she gave
Morgan.
her her phone.
Remember?
Yeah, because she gave her phone
For
up.
for what? Like she didn't know anything. She didn't do anything. But why were they
Oh,
so angry? Maybe because he didn't want her telling them at anything.
anything. He didn't want them telling, which is showing his guilt straight away. Do you know what I mean? If you're not guilty, you don't care
Yeah.
who says whatever.
Well, of course
And
not. Yeah.
and this was the thing. Straight away, he's got Jeff and Morgan. You know, give them the money, but say, look, it's not hush hush money, but we just don't want you to be blabbering. You know what I mean?
And my question would have been, why are you even using the word hush money? There's nothing. Why are you going to silence
Yeah.
me? I don't know anything. I don't understand why you're calling it hush money. That right there makes me think that they knew that they had something to hide. She may not have thought. She may have just thought, I don't know. They told me to go through Colorado Springs and drop the trailer, and that's what I did. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get some more information at trial that we're not even ever aware of. I mean,
Well,
that's what happened in Letitia Stout.
I'd love to hear what Morgan has to say.
Oh, me too. Absolutely. You know, she knows stuff.
Yeah, 100%. No, she
And I
did
think
get
it's
mixed.
terrible. I think it's terrible that Jeff, passed away.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Because
huge loss.
that's very suspicious as well. That
Yeah,
whole thing.
absolutely. Absolutely. Yep.
And I wouldn't even let's speculate, because people say, "Oh, you're you're one of these conspiracy guys." You know what I mean?
No. Yeah, 100%. And like I said, never, not once, not for a moment, have I ever felt like there was anyone that knew what he did. Like, I don't think that there was anyone that helped him. Other than, was there something done that they didn't know that they were doing it? They thought they were just doing their normal work stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that has happened to people. I mean, what do they tell you at the airports? They say, don't take anybody's pack. If somebody wants you to take their package, don't take it, right?
Oh gosh, yeah.
It happens to people all the time.
I was actually only thinking about this today. Some guy in London asked me to go to Jersey, which is islands off in the, of Spain, you know, and to pick up to bring a briefcase or something. And I said, "You're joking?
It's like, really? You don't have enough money to make me pick up somebody else's suitcase."
And I wouldn't mind. There was a guy with me, and he said, "Oh, come on, yeah, we go, yeah, it'd be great, you know." And I said, "No, we'll end up with a bullet in the back of our heads." I said,
"Yeah,
this guy was a gangster, like, you know." But
absolutely.
I just thought of it, and I was thinking, God, another guy would, like that other guy was with me. He was willing to go. You know what I mean? He had a wife and a child, and you know what I mean? God,
that's a good. That's the those are the benefits of having common sense, Mark.
Oh yeah, common sense. Yeah,
yeah.
I said, when I left that guy, I did some work for him, you know, and the work I'd done, I was a cabinet maker at the time, you know, had my own business, and I made built-in wardrobes in his bedroom, and he wanted hidden hideouts in his wardrobes, and I had six put in, 6 small hideouts for hiding money or passports, whatever. Yeah. But when we came to fit them, myself and this guy, there was a lot of car. We delivered them the night before, and because we had a rented truck and we had to drop it back the next day. And when we arrived that night to fit them, there was all these cars parked outside. It's a real posh area in London. And next thing I said, "What's going on here? There must be prostitutes or something along." I said, "All these guys sitting in cars." But when we got there in the morning, your man we knocked on the door or whatever, and your man came out in handcuffs. He was after being arrested. And I said, "Oh my God, what's going on here?" But he was a colorful chap. But I changed my phone number and everything after I left.
Oh Lord,
to
help.
But funny.
Well, I don't know, Martin. It's a I cannot wait for the trial. I know that. And we probably have questions that'll never get answered, right?
Yeah. Well, I was chatting with Kurt the other night, and he was saying, look, they know most stuff, you know what I mean? And I say, yeah, I know that. But I would be kicking myself if they don't re-look at the telematics, you know what I mean? And the phone calls, because I believe that the phone calls and the telematics is the key to the whole thing.
Yeah, it tells the story.
It tells the story.
Yes.
It's the digital story. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And I wouldn't have really known much about the Friday only for the Bobcat. And apart from Barry getting his blade changed on the Saturday and him finishing work on site about 12 o'clock, there's no other mention really of the Bobcat in the AA. No mention about it really at all. That's about all the mention. But by looking at everywhere Barry went in his Bobcat, his truck was there.
Yeah.
So that means there was mileage. That means there should have been odometer readings. That means there should have been parking, reversing,
that's right.
Lights on, doors opening, parking lights on, parking lights off, system start, system shut down. You know what I mean? All these normal things in a car, and the telematics should be there. They're not there. Now, I've since found out since the new affidavit that they do know that he was switching on and off his telematics. So that's a bonus.
So great.
You know what I mean?
So great. Yeah.
And that directly came from myself and Kurt.
Yeah.
But the other stuff I'm worried about, because also in the affidavit is the time of death, which says Saturday. It says Saturday a.m. Well, there's a possibility she was still alive on Saturday, but I know she was incapacitated on Friday because everything leading up to it on Friday, like that, all the arguments, all the data led up to it on Friday. But after 12 o'clock, there's no sign of life from Suzanne. No sign of life whatsoever. And I'd hate to think that they think that Suzanne was sending Jeff Libbler messages on Friday night and Saturday morning. Now, and the other thing is, I never thought
they don't believe that. They don't believe all those friend requests.
Oh no, but they don't. No, they don't believe the friends requests. But do they think that Suzanne and Barry went to get pizza? Because Barry went to get pizza. But the thing is, he left. He came home. He arrived home at 7:15. At 7:18, he's on his Bobcat for about 6 minutes, and then he gets into her Jeep, to her Range Rover, like he said. He drives down to Moonlight Pizza. He gets his pizza, gets back into his truck, and drives back. So he's seen on cameras. I know there's cameras all down there. So if he's saying that, he would only say that if it was true, because he knows that they'd see him on camera. It's like he said in the hotel, there's cameras everywhere in the hotel. I did nothing wrong.
Yeah, see, that was my thinking about the trash runs. He knew. He was totally aware that he was on camera.
Yeah.
I just feel like I don't know. You don't think he was trying to attract attention with all of his trash runs?
Yeah, he
Because he
that's
did.
what I said,
He definitely got everybody looking toward Denver and away from Swatch.
oh yeah, 100%. But you only have to look at, he was clever. There's no two ways about it. But
yeah, I am not one of those people that say that Barry Morphew is dumb. He is not dumb. He is calculating and he's methodical.
And he plays them. He played like you found the bike down there? Maybe it flipped.
Yeah, but he's a terrible actor.
Lion? Yeah, it was lying down like mountain lion.
Where was it?
Mountain lion.
Where was it?
Not even a minute after we arrived, he has her dead and buried, dead and eaten.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
It's crazy.
Who would do that to their wife? You know what I mean? You see, the normal things.
Your brain can't conceive of a loved one being dead like that. Like your brain fights that idea. Not very.
The Twin Towers, people thought that their loved ones was still a chance that they could be found alive.
Yeah. There you go. Great example.
But no, getting back to that photograph Barry took of Suzanne on the screen. So he took that photograph of her on a monitor. So he had it up on a monitor. He removed the background, right?
Yeah.
And then he just took out his phone, took a photograph of it, and then looked at it on his phone and said, yeah, that's okay. And that's the photograph he was going to send to Jeff the next day. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The next day on Friday, it was all planned then, but never would he have seen his image on his phone. You wouldn't see it. Like we didn't see it. You didn't see it in the courtroom. Do you know what I mean? When it was on a big TV screen.
No.
Did you?
Not at all. Not at all. But like I said, now that I've seen it, now that you've shown me, every time I see it, it's there. Like it's easy to see him.
So do you think Ann Kelly should know about that photograph?
100%.
100%.
Absolutely. And I don't know, here's the deal. I don't know if she can really, I don't know in terms of evidentiary value. I don't really know what you do with that, other than maybe if some of their tech people could maybe pull the image out better.
I'm going to send you either.
Yes, send them to me. I want to see. I want to see them. I'm going to tell you this. I will walk the picture into Ann Kelly's office personally.
All right. Okay. I'll send you some really good ones. So.
Yep. I'll do
it. But look, they have people who, I'm a boomer. You know what I mean? I'm working, and I managed to get half decent photographs or images of Barry, and by just changing the color of I have his face in green, the image in green, and it brings up a different thing comes up with the green, and then if I put it on black and white, there's 3 different black and whites you can get, and I think it's the middle one you get, and it's really good. And then if you take a photograph of it with your phone on your laptop or on your computer, standing away from it, take a photograph, it actually gives you another image of which is a clearer image. But I also have pictures of the iPhone in place, and the fingers, his actual fingers, which I've taken, which hold in the iPhone. So you can see these 3 iPhones, and you can see Barry's head above the iPhones. And I tell you, Jules, it's Barry 100%. And
Oh,
If that's
I'm
not
convinced.
if that's not enough just to have him convicted,
Absolutely
imagine.
agree.
And you know what? And I remember Kurt saying to me one time, and you know, like it's like we're being steered in a direction sometimes. You know, you feel you're being steered in, and I'm not one of these crazy people, but 100% when it comes to that cooler, and there's a few other things like that they just come out of nowhere. Do you know what I mean? These things just came out of absolute nowhere. Things I also have, but I haven't even discussed it because we would be here till the cows come home.
Yeah.
And if I would discuss this for as long as you want to, but I just know that people can't take it in. You know what I mean? It's too much.
Well, and so I'm working really hard to follow along and keep up with, you and Kurt know this, like all this data, so the intricate little details. And so as you're talking about it, I'm having to like really, really focus, right? And so
Right.
then I think about that, and I think about how do you get the jury to,
Well, I've done
hear
maps.
this,
Like
right?
I have a list here, right? I'm going to send you this list tomorrow, but it's the Google Maps and the locations of Barry from Thursday night around 5 p.m. say, right through to Friday at say 2 p.m. when the last odometer reading is. So you have, because we only have one odometer reading where it changes, and then with the next one. So we've got two odometer readings, and it's the mileage in between, which is 47 miles, right? So we know
Yeah.
Barry travels 47 miles in between these two odometer readings. And I
Yes.
know that when the first one was near George Davis's house, it was just there near Maysville, near the schoolhouse in Maysville. That's where the first odometer reading was. Then he goes to George Davis's house. Then he goes to Puma Pat. And then from Puma Pat, he goes to Tailwinds in the morning. Then he goes from Tailwinds back to Puma Pat, but he takes the scenic route, as we call it. And then he goes back to Tailwinds from Puma Pat around 1 o'clock, taking the scenic route again. And then he goes to that place, that address I showed you, Curay, is it a
Yeah.
Curay, whatever it is. And then he goes from there to the beach site, and that's when the odometer stops. And the odometer reading is 47 miles, right? And I'm exactly 47.1 mile.
That is so crazy.
Yeah, and I'll send you that. So I know for a fact that Barry went home, and I was trying to think, how will I find Barry went home? He had to go home. I'm trying to think, and I said the Bobcat, and I just looked, and I looked at all the Bobcat, and there's a gap of an hour and a half, and the Bobcat is in the same place from where it shuts down to where it starts. So I knew it wasn't on the truck. And he went to lunch the day after, on Saturday. He went home for lunch. Why didn't he go home? Mention him going home on the Friday. He went home, and you can tell if you were there and you got all the information like I have, and you know that he got the worst text ever sent to him, and he said on the Friday, he said it to the feds, and then we know that Suzanne put that the list, which was the worst text, into her thing, and all happened on Friday morning. And then we've got the Rob Mazzell, then you've got the Melinda, and then you've got the longest phone call ever, and then you've got the Barry going crazy with trying to get hold of her. He's going crazy because he's got the message at that stage. He's after getting the text. You with me?
Yeah.
He's
That you're right about that.
And he's gone crazy. The same way he went crazy on the Wednesday when she was having the coffee with Jean. And she sent the text, I'm done. I don't care. You know what I mean? What you've been up to, blah, blah, blah. And it's the same thing. But then the phone call is for like 26 minutes and 37 seconds or something like that. And then after that, about 10 minutes later, he sends a text, I love you. And there's no reply to the I love you. That was at just around 11 o'clock. 11:30, he shuts down his truck in Tailwinds. And at 1 o'clock, 3 minutes to 1, 12:57, he's back in Tailwinds. He went home, done the business. Whether he took her with him or not, I don't know. Or if he didn't, he had to have her contained somewhere and under camera so he could see her while he was working.
Yeah. So you think that his motive was to hide his bad deeds?
Oh yeah.
So you think the reason that he came to this realization, she's got to die. I can't. There's no way out of this.
Well,
and
he knows that she has the boyfriend. She says in the list of grievances that he accused her of having a boyfriend on May 6th. She says it in the list. Accused me of having a boyfriend on May 6th. Read it on the list.
Right. The hydrocodone, the boyfriend.
Yeah.
Okay. And the money, right? The Monex with
the money
with the daughter. Yeah. Okay.
But so what about Dear Pants Unzipped and that sort of stuff? Do you know what I mean? There was probably more stuff there, obviously, that we haven't seen.
Okay, so they gave us some of this list. We don't have all of it, but they gave us some of it, right? They gave us the monkey. They gave us the monkey app, which is so humiliating.
100%.
Because the monkey app is basically teenagers. It's kids.
Yeah.
So the monkey app, the Deer's unzip pants thing. We don't really know what the bear claw.
I think the bear claw is a brand of balaclava.
Huh.
There's a balaclava called Bear Claw. So he was probably wandering around, snooping on her. Like she said that she felt that she was, like he had a micro camera. That camera is the size of a dice.
That's
Do you know what I mean?
So crazy.
Tiny.
That's so crazy. Yeah, that's scary.
And she felt that she was being watched when she was he knew that she was on FaceTiming. So he knew.
He's an ominous guy. That is all of that surveillance that he was doing. That's so weird. Oh, so scary.
There's not only the surveillance. We know from the spy pen. Well, I think there was 2 spy pens. I think he had a spy pen and she bought a spy pen.
Yeah.
And so we only have whichever he allowed. He had that edited. So there's you just heard the Jeff bit and with him listening to the podcasts. But there he was listening to podcasts. This guy was planning this. Like he knew 100%. He knew in January when they were in Cancun that she was having an affair, and like she was probably just listening to her music or whatever at that time, but he was paranoid, and she was happy, She probably he's probably got all frustrated and whatever. Things weren't going his way that holiday. He was after paying for it, and she's probably ignoring him and not giving what he wants, and got all fecked up in the head and wanted her phone and checked all the things and couldn't find anything on the phone. So then immediately after that, in January, he's made a Google search for how to change your password on your Facebook, and so he was making moves just after they came back from Cancun to search and follow her. So he paired her phone. He had cameras set up. You know, you can imagine he was going to find out if she had a boyfriend. And he did. He found out that she had a boyfriend, but she did. I don't think he knew it was Jeff Libler. I think it was just a Jeff. And
I don't know, man. I just keep thinking that he was trying to hide like financial misdoings,
oh yeah,
or I just don't think he really cared so much that there was an affair. I think he probably knew there was an affair. But
no,
here's what I think. I think that he would have been happy to let Suzanne go on with her affair. He was doing his thing as long as it would have all stayed within his control and he knew that his secrets were safe. And I think that the divorce signaled, I've lost control. Suzanne will now be able to get me arrested or ruin my reputation back home. I just don't think he cared about the affair. I think he knew it. I think he was accepting that they were both living their own individual lives, but that the financial secrets were kept at home where he could still control it.
I think she thought it was a big thing with Sal. You know, remember Sal?
Yeah.
Sal,
The man, yeah.
Yeah, he lived right close to where Shirley lives now.
Yes.
About 2 miles away. But so she felt sketchy. He was sketchy, a guy, you know what I mean? And there was money dealings with him, and there was financial stuff that she didn't know about. Him buying property and blah blah blah, whatever. And that's why I'm thinking, for all we know, that Barry could have had a lockup somewhere. Do you know what I mean? And, you know, paid somebody cash for a lockup or keep a trailer on their property or whatever like that, you know?
Yeah.
And probably nobody knew about it, you know what I mean? Because, as I said, we didn't know, there's nothing to say that he rented that property in Tailwinds. But you know, I don't think we'll ever get the full truth now what happened, because it's going to be.
I don't either. I think there'll be a lot of questions left unanswered.
No, because it's a bit like Chris Watts and putting the two kids into those two things. You know, how did that all happen? And we don't really want to know. And
well, I can tell you one piece of information that I'm absolutely certain of. The man who is head of LSU, Louisiana State University, their engineering department, he is a petroleum engineer, got PhD. He was interviewed not long after they had discovered the bodies and everything. And he was interviewed on a local station in Louisiana. And the news people said, do you believe the kids went through the thief hatch, the top hatches? And he said it's physically impossible.
Yeah.
And he said that to open up the gangway to go in and clean. Yeah, it's easy. You just go in and you clean them. They have to be cleaned, right? The inside of the tanks. So the manway there is designed to be removed. It's not hard to remove it. No. He said the most difficult part of removing it would just have been to move the oil back and forth from the tanks. And that on those particular tanks, it was all automated. So it wouldn't have been a problem, other than you would have needed about 3 or 4 hours if the tanks had only been about half full. So I am convinced, and no one else on YouTube, no one believes me, but it's not believable that he put them in the top of the tanks.
I don't
not.
like when you look at you're sitting down having your meal and you pick up a side plate and you say that's like 9 inches. You know what I mean? Across the side plate, and you say it's not a open hell, but like at the same time, I was like, I don't know, I was like a Spider-Man or something when I was a kid. I could fit in anywhere. You know what I mean? I could go
Sure.
into small
here's
windows, hide places like that. You know what I mean? You could fit through caves and holes and all sorts.
Yes,
You know,
but the skull is really
know.
It's unmoving for the most part,
Yes.
right? It's not malleable. The shoulders are, the legs are,
Yeah.
but not the skull. And for the 4-year-old, they would have only had like a 1/10 of a centimeter to like right at just a millimeter of extra room. So there was no damage to their skulls or their faces. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And here's something that other people don't know. Well, I mean, a lot of people do. I'm not saying nobody, but those thief hatches are not just an opening. It's not like a canned Coke that you open the top and then it's like a thin layer of metal with a hole cut in it. There's actually a pipe. Okay. So if you open it up and look at it, it looks like a hole on the top. But if you were to stick your hand down in it, you could feel a pipe, and that pipe is depending on like which tanks are being used for. Well, there's a lot of factors, but the pipe might be anywhere from about 18 inches to even 36 inches long. I'm talking about. It's the diameter of the opening, but it's anywhere from 18 to 30 inches long. So that makes it all the more that's all the more complicated for how did you get that 4-year-old?
No, I don't believe.
So the engine, so this top engineer in Louisiana, petroleum engineer, he didn't even bat an eye. He said that didn't happen. Like he didn't even. He said those thief hatches are absolutely designed not to be entered. Like that's why they're designed the way they are. But you know, it's really hard for the cops or anybody else to acknowledge that because he would have needed someone that would know how to move the oil around. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And Nicole did know how to do that.
Wow.
She would have known how to do that. But then they clearly had zero interest in pursuing Nicole or anybody else. They wanted it to be a nice, clean case.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they went with the story they went with.
Yeah, it's a kind of bit like really annoys me, but when you hear that Barry was chasing Suzanne around with a gun around Puma Path, it's just wow, you know, that's just crazy story. I never believed this for a woman, that you know.
And if you got really deep into the conspiracy theory of it all, there was a report that had come out about 3 years before the murders. Okay. And the report was a safety report where they had a similar setup, like the tanks, the battery of tanks was very similar setup to what was out there where Chris Watts, you know, left his family. And they were investigating a massive explosion. Massive. Oh. And what ended up happening in that particular explosion is it actually ended up being like a double explosion. The fire, there was a simple ignition. And then because of the way the tanks were set up, and one tank was about half full, the other one was nearly empty. It like it like created a vacuum and sucked the fire back into the first
Okay.
tank.
Yeah.
And the explosion, the amount of heat that was generated, that fire burned for like 3 days,
Wow.
right? So he had talked about that as well, that if the same type of fire had occurred as what the safety report had described, there would have been nothing left. Everything would have been incinerated, gone, completely gone. And
But
so
you see, I'd like to say one thing about that the case. The reason they caught him is because it happened like that. Do you know what I mean? He killed them, and
yeah,
he didn't have the time. And this was the thing with Barry had plenty of time. Like
agreed.
And I said this from the beginning that when I was doing my very first timeline, and I was doing it with somebody from the other side, you know what I mean, and on the Barry side, and I put in that would have to be on the Friday because you would need all that time to get rid of just the logistics of everything, you know, to get rid of all the stuff, evidence in the house, get rid of stuff that he would have touched or what have you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was going through it like, you know, if you were down to do spring cleaning in the house, which it would be similar to, because you'd have to go through every part of the house because you knew law enforcement were going to come in and take over the house. You knew that was going to happen. So you would have to go in and go through every part of the house to make sure there was nothing found.
Yes.
And there was basically very little found. Do you know what I mean? The broken door jam and the lock busted.
The burned journals. Remember?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. But even with all the things they had to do, there was very few any evidence.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that's why I said it had to be happening. He needed that time. He needed all day Saturday, basically, because he was working in the Saturday morning. He would have needed all that time to get everything ready to clear. When he left, it must have been, the truck was to be packed full of stuff. That's what I'm saying. He probably stopped a few times on the way. You know, to Broomfield.
Yeah, it's wild. It's so ominous. It's so scary to think about how cold and methodical he was. Well, if you know the timeline of everything, it's just scary. It's just scary.
It makes me wonder what he was doing as well down at the river on Friday night. You know, a man of his means.
Well, yeah. You're talking about the old lady that says she heard the truck come on?
No. On Friday night, when his phone pinged down by the river on Friday night, just after the Facebook stuff was going on, and he said, a bear got into my garage and, you know, created havoc or whatever. And so, you know, a river is a good place for doing stuff that, you know, we want to keep everything clean, you know, and washes away, you know what I mean, everything. So there may have been very little in volume to hide. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I totally agree. I don't think they got hardly anything of use out of the house or around the house. No. And the one thing that really stands out to me is if it happened the way Linda Stanley wanted everybody to believe that it happened, why didn't the dogs pick up on the distress? The dogs hit nowhere, and she would have been terrified.
The dogs actually hit on the soil, on whatever was on the Bobcat trailer.
Yeah, it was
They
on
hit,
the.
they hit on the bobcat and they hit on the trailer, and there was soil on the trailer because
Yeah,
if you
but I'm talking about like out around the house when they said that he was
oh
like
nothing, yeah,
chasing
nothing,
her around the house,
yeah, there was
running
nothing,
through the house,
yeah,
broken door in the bedroom. Why didn't the dogs hit? Those dogs pick up on distress and anxiety.
yeah.
There was none. So that's why I think actually we don't really actually know how it happened. I don't think
No,
it happened at the house.
but there's the one thing that myself and Kurt picked up on, which was the dirt on the trailer.
Yes.
So on Saturday we seen the bobcat driving off the trailer to get the blade replaced, and the bobcat trailer is spotless. And
Yeah.
then when it's handed over to law enforcement, well, you see it on the helicopter uh, video footage that the soil or stone or something on the trailer, and you can see the treads of the bobcat tires on it, and that was spotless. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So he was definitely using that bobcat to do stuff. On
Oh,
Saturday after the chip was removed, because we've no the last time that we have any recording from the bobcat was in after we got the blade changed. That was at 2, 10, and 16 seconds. After that, there's no more recording for the bobcat, but we know the bobcat moved because it wasn't on the trailer. So I had to drive off the trailer. How can the bobcat move without being recorded? So we had
yeah.
the SIM card removed. So that tells you as well that he knew all about telematics. The bobcat, he took the SIM card out of the bobcat down after he had the blade removed down at DSI, and then when he got back to well, the next time we see the trailer, it's got soil on it. Do you know what I mean? It's got some type of soil or stone or grit or something on it. A nice bit as well, like, you know what I mean? So it looks like he was drilling. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? If he was drilling, it could be off the auger. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or it could have been he could have been tidying up around the property where after burying stuff, you know, he was burying stuff that he wanted to find later on, maybe like he did in Indiana.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that is one of those things. Like Kurt believes that there's a chance that somewhere down near the well, what I said, he came in that back door, the shortcut down that near the woods, somewhere down there. That he may have done something there, close by the house.
Wow. Yeah. It's
A
wild.
temporary grave. Don't know. Could have been even at Custy Cushman's house. You know, could be at her house. And like we know, Shosha was staying there. Maybe
Yeah.
Barry knew that nobody was in the house, and he could go over there and do it on that property, and nobody even know because it was a rental. Do you know what I mean? It was the rental property,
Well,
and
I do think that I think it's a certainty that wherever she was, it had to be accessible because he didn't have a lot of time to hide getting her and then moving her to
look,
the new
Jules,
location, right?
this guy used to sit up all night long hunting in the middle of the woods on his own. Do you know?
Of course, yeah.
So he could travel from Pumapad to Salida without anyone see them. Do you know what I mean? He'd be camouflaged up, and so she could be anywhere really. You know what I mean? Like it's a guessing game. Do you know what I mean? But
It is.
there's-
It is,
but
but
there-
it
but there's, Jules, the one thing that there is plenty of evidence that points
there's
all to Barry. All of it points to Barry. And
absolutely
we'll never know the whole story because I don't think he'd ever want people to know what he done to Suzanne.
no, I don't think he definitely don't think he was I don't think he felt good, right? Like I don't think he felt vindicated, none of that. I think he's terrified of being revealed. And the question is, what is it so big about him that is so awful that he would have to kill her? And I keep coming back to financial crimes.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think Belinda said it. She said that Barry treated his wife and daughters as trophies. Do you know what I mean?
I believe
And
that. Yeah.
and I think that he wanted everyone to see this picture, of a businessman with his big house and the wife, kids with him on one arm and his wife on the other arm, all nice and pretty and whatever, and everything's hunky dory. But behind all that, he was having affairs. He was probably seeing prostitutes or whatever, and
Sure.
all sorts. Yeah. And Suzanne said that sometimes she believed that there was another, a long time before that there was another. So he was paying. She believed
Yeah.
financially that he was paying for
Yeah.
another. And we don't know. That could be the case. Do you know what I mean? There was actually, do you know what? Actually, I'm just thinking now. Wow, I just thought of this. Do you know where we were just talking about that? Where the cooler.
Yeah.
There was somebody on the witness list from that neck of the woods, and they were from Indiana, who moved to right close to where we're talking about, Alton Street. And
Well, Morgan moved from Indiana. Was there somebody
no, but
else?
this is somebody that I know who this person. They're on the witness list, and because I noticed that there was a lot of people in around Commerce City and in that area that were on the witness list, and I was saying they must have something to do with the Broomfield hotel, and then I figured out some of them were staff at the hotel, and then
Oh yeah, maybe.
and then there's another girl. She's actually a realtor, and but I must go through that list again and think about it, because maybe he dropped something off at their house.
Huh.
Wouldn't know. Do you know what I mean? If he had somebody there, could have. Do you know a box? God, I
Interesting. Yeah.
well, like when I went to America, I left all my things here, and I put them in a big box, and I left them at my parents. And you know what I mean?
Wow.
You know what I mean? People often leave boxes and stuff. You wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Just this one thing. Do we need to know? Do you know what I mean? We want to know, but do we need to know? Do the law enforcement need to know? I think they've enough. And I tell you something. That picture. I know some people think it's. I might have played around with AI or copied images or something like that. But that's there for everyone can do that. You just go into the the court documents of people's exhibits, and you find the picture of Suzanne, the last proof of life photo.
Right.
You copy it as it is from there, and then you put it in whatever you want to work on it. And Excel, I do all mine on Excel, and then you crop it, and then you make copies of it, and then you can start using the filters. You know what I mean, to color it, and all you're changing is the color, or the brightness, or the sharpness, and all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, Jules, I'm gonna send you tomorrow. Will blow your head.
Yeah, I would like to see the other pictures you have, and I'll play with the picture too tomorrow after. I got to work a few hours.
Yeah, but I'll send them off to you, and then when you have something done, because I think you're good at this type of stuff. I've seen you doing stuff like this before, and you won't give up on it. You're a bit like me, so that's why I was surprised to get back to me, and I said she must have never opened up the file.
I did open it. I got really bogged down like with the timeline, and then work got really crazy.
Right. Yeah.
So I just kind of got taken away. But I'm now that we've gone back and revisited it, I'm going to look at it tomorrow. The graphics.
Yeah, I don't know what's in there now. I'll have to look at it again, but I'll add stuff onto it, and I'll send it onto you again. You know what I mean? The newer stuff. But it'll all make sense when I send this to you, and you see what I have, and then you look at the picture. It all makes sense.
Okay, a whole lot of it. I promise you, I'm gonna spend a whole afternoon tomorrow looking at everything. Okay.
And the other thing, look, you want to do this as well. Take your phone out at nighttime now.
I'm going to.
And just go walk up to a window, and when you can see your reflection in the window, just put your hand out and put the phone in a certain distance away from the full stretch, and then take the photograph, and then look at your phone. It's the same photograph. Your head above the phones.
And you're saying that he took a photograph of that picture on her phone. It's her phone.
Well, either her phone or his phone or the cloned phone or the second phone or whatever. But it looks like an iPhone 10s. It's got just one circle for the camera. So it looks to me like it's the iPhone 10s. And I don't know what phone she had, but it was pink. All I know, he says his was an iPhone 5, which you can see his is an iPhone 5 because it's hanging out of his pocket when he's saying lion. And you can zoom in and you can see his phone sticking out of his pocket.
Wow.
So his was an iPhone 5. That was his whatever phone. But he could have had two SIMs in there. Do you know what I mean? He could have had a second SIM.
Yeah.
So there was also things on Saturday that came up. 1 second. Let's say what it said. 1 second, find this. Phones. Okay, 1 second. Won't take me long. AI transcripts. Okay, so it said Apple authentication for iMessage, right? So I might put down, why would someone's phone record an Apple authentication for iMessage? So I asked AI, and so they were saying that one of the things was if you took out your SIM card or you had sharing, if you were sharing your phone, so basically all the things that we were we were talking about that Barry probably did with his phone.
Yeah.
That message was on May 9th. You know?
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, so
Well,
so much, Jules.
it is a lot. It is. Yeah. But
I
it's
hope I
so
haven't put everyone
interesting.
to sleep, have I?
No, not at all. But it is after midnight and I do have to work in the morning. So I am going to have I'm going to have to say good night or good morning where you are.
It's 6:18 in the morning here.
Oh my God,
I've no work
Martin.
tomorrow. I'm lucky. I've no work tomorrow. Listen, Jules, thanks very much.
Well, I appreciate you coming in. I've absolutely loved the conversation. I'll look for the photographs that you're going to send, and then tomorrow afternoon I'm gonna play with the camera and stuff. Okay.
Do. All right.
All right. It was great to talk to you again.
All right. Bye, Jules.
Good night. Bye.
Bye, Chess.
All right, everybody. Thank y'all so much for being here. It's gotten late. I do have to get up early in the morning and work. So I'm going to go ahead and end the live. Thank y'all so much for hanging out, listening. I'm going to check my email. I know that Mystic Firefly sent some stuff and Hannah. So thank y'all for that. And we will be back at this again tomorrow evening. Okay. Where we'll continue this conversation about Barry and the photograph, because I think it's super important. And I hope that you guys have a great night. And thank you so much for hanging out with me and Martin. I appreciate it. See you tomorrow. Bye.